Is it working? I'm gonna double check everything. Let me pull up Stream Manager. You don't need to notify me to manage my channel. I'm literally actively managing it. Okay, it is working. Charge my phone. Alright, good. Okay, so first of all, what the heck is this skin? I'm not a fan. I liked my little devil character I had. Okay, I was like, thank God it saved it. I like this one. I like this one. Yes. Okay, anyways. So yeah, yesterday I played muted. I didn't really feel like doing much yesterday. I am a little ticked, so I'm glad I wasn't on mic yesterday, because as y'all saw, yesterday was a little bit rough. We suffered a death at a pretty high level, which is a little irritating, but it happens. It's not the end of the world. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I hate that they keep lighting me on fire. That's the one annoying part about having fire aspect. Okay, so yeah, I am streaming for probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half today. We're basically still just ridiculously repetitive right now. We're fishing to try to get a mending book for this, and then we're farming mobs at night I don't know if I have phantoms out yet, so I might go farm some mobs. But yeah, those deaths were definitely very irritating. To the point, like, I was getting frustrated and my dog was like climbing in my lap trying to be like, Mom, don't be mad. But yeah, it wasn't the end of the world, because we're definitely getting back up there in levels already, but it was just a little bit of a derail, and it was a little frustrating. I was also doing some terraforming over here, because I was trying to make mob farming as simple as possible by making, like, the platform very open and filled in, because all those holes kept causing me issues as far as added deaths and stuff, so I was just trying to make it a little easier to navigate everything. Why did that not count as a crit? I was jumping. I don't know. Game be weird. Where did this creeper go? Oh, right here. There we go. That counted as a crit. I'm not going down there for the XP. I don't care enough for that. Alright, I want to stay mostly on this platform, because we optimized this platform for a reason. Witches are spawning tonight. There was one over there that despawned. And then there's this one. I keep trying to time it so that I can get fire res potions from them, but I don't seem to be very good at timing that. Come here, creepy creepy. I don't want to go too far from these ones. But I also don't want that one to creep up behind me while I'm trying to fight these. Alright, come here. I don't want to lose that one from despawning. Come on. Dude, hello? I don't care about you right now. Thankfully I have game audio in my headset today instead of it being wonky. I just didn't want this creeper over here to despawn because I was eyeing it. The crits with zombies just never work out for me. Alright, let's see if we can get a fire res from this lady. It just sucks because trying to kill them in timing to get them to drink a fire res is a little difficult. Just a bit. But it's possible, theoretically. I mean, not theoretically, we've done it before, but theoretically as in me actually managing to. Alright, we've got both these creepers aggroed on us, so neither of them will wander off and despawn. So yeah, it's basically just endless cycle of farming mobs at night and fishing during the day. Not much else going on. I want to go to the village. I don't remember what I wanted to go to the village for. I was thinking about going to the village yesterday. Oh, that was a creeper that I didn't even notice existed until it exploded. That sucks. That's wasteful. I need to eat. Alright, I think for this situation we're going to take out this witch with our bow, because I don't trust her to not try to kill us, or these guys to not try to kill us while we're getting her type of thing. There's a lot of Endermen, so it's hard to, like, look around safely. I forgot that witches could also drop gunpowder. Alright. I just want creepers. There's a creeper over there on the other side. Maybe I'll go for it. I don't know, I just feel like it's such a waste of time to go over there and back, because it makes more of them spawn, and there's a witch. It's definitely a moon phase for witches. I get so anxious trying to get them to drink a fire res pot, because I'm nervous instead of drinking a fire res pot, they'll throw something at me. Because sometimes they do, like, it depends on how much they've noticed you before you get them on fire. Oof. I don't know how I want to handle this. I think I want to lure them out of the water, because I don't think I can jump in and crit one without the other exploding. Now I can just do this. Much better. And now the one up there is probably going to drop in the water after me, which really sucks, but it's fine. Everything's fine. There's another creeper right there too, so I'm just going to crit this guy in the water. Take care of it. Go get this creeper if he didn't despawn. Oh, there's two of them. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we're just continuously getting creepers so that we can get some ancient debris going at some point. I think the next time that I go to the village, I'm going to do the thing I was talking about before, where I build a portal and try to go into the nether from the village, because I can just, like, sleep there to set my spawn in case I die in the nether, and then just keep trying for any lucky bastions or fortresses, preferably a fortress, because bastions are a pain without good armor. But bastions, I think, are the place to find the netherite upgrade templates. I don't think you can find them in a fortress. I'm probably wrong about that, but I think you can't find them in a fortress. So, I don't know. I mean, each has their needs right now for us. I think what I'm going to do when I get a second is take out this layer and this layer to make travel a little smoother. It's just going to be kind of a pain because the second layer definitely expands pretty far. Maybe I'll, no, I was going to say maybe I'll get a diamond shovel and, like, try to start enchanting that, but I don't think I would have to get a new toolsmith and hope for a diamond shovel, because I don't want to waste the one diamond we have left on it. I mean, I could always go diamond mining, given that we do in fact have, you know, a fortune unbreaking efficiency pick. You could always just put the efficiency 5 on it, and then we can go diamond mining. And then once I put mending on it, then we can, you know, we can get it mended up. I might do that. That wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. It wouldn't be very interesting from a, like, a viewer standpoint, though, which kind of makes me think. I also, last time, I'm sure plenty of the newer people that were here last time were like, what are you doing? You're throwing out saddles. Last time I hit that limit I was talking about in the other stream a few days ago, where I filled up the chest of saddles, so I'm just going to throw out any saddles I find, because, honestly, with this many, I don't think I'm ever going to need more, and we get them so frequently from fishing that if I do need more, it's not that hard to get them, so. Yeah, I think I might honestly go try to strip mine for some diamonds. It might be a bit of a pain, because I don't remember what level I have to strip mine at, so I have to Google that again. I still need to figure out what glass to use. Maybe I'll start by, no, because I want to go get diamonds so I can get that shovel to start using it. Okay, so I was going to say I'll start by mining and terraforming up there, but I want a shovel that's better to do that. Alright, let me double check what the mining level for diamonds is. Oh yeah, I have to search it on Bedrock. 53, 59, 53. think we're gonna do 53, negative 53. Because it's kind of the lava avoidance level. Because lava kind of becomes a bit of a nuisance. Also, I think, when I was looking at my stream summary, I think yesterday we hit the requirements for VIP, which is sick. I have to like double check when I get on my PC to transfer over the VODs next time that I get on. This is trippy. I definitely have to double check when I get onto my PC next time, but I think we hit that, so that would be really cool. 53 right here. I'm gonna start out with an iron pick because we have an iron pick, so we may as well use it. Pink. And I think we're gonna start with a basic strip mine, and then kind of move on from there. In my world with my partner, I was actually like full on mining out big chunks, and that kind of helped with finding them. And I used to do that on the older versions too, but I don't know if I want to do that with my iron pick. Maybe I'll do it with the diamond one. I'll take redstone because it's a good little bit of XP. But yeah, I'll have to check when I transfer VODs around. I'm actually kind of ticked because I didn't transfer VODs in time. Getting to my PC is a little difficult right now, and because of that I didn't transfer VODs in time, and we're now unable to recover episodes or days 14 and 15, I believe, which is kind of frustrating because I'm pretty sure those were the days where like I lost this pick that we made and then I was like trying to work on getting it again type of thing. So it's a little bit irritating, but it happens. I definitely have lost a fair handful of days and episodes to the Twitch timeout on the 7-day limit for VOD storage, but it's okay. I definitely have to get back to actually uploading VODs. I have them, most of them transferred over, besides like a few days here and there, like that one I was just talking about, but I haven't made them public yet. Like I haven't gone in and finished, you know, creating the cover or choosing the cover and adding the title and adding the description and the tags and just all of the niche little things you have to do to upload it, and then scheduling it out. I haven't done that for a while. Granted, the VODs channel is kind of dead right now. There's not much, if anything, getting any views at the moment. We were getting a decent chunk of views the first time I took a break from streaming for a few months. Like the VODs channel was starting to get like upwards of 100 views on a couple of the VODs, but now it's just kind of pretty dead. Like it's 0 to 10 views on most of the VODs, which I know I just have to be more consistent and like be better optimized with my titles and tags and stuff, but I just haven't gotten that far yet. Again, my PC's not very easy to get to or use right now, which is kind of a pain, and it makes a lot of this like inaccessible for me. This just is not working well for us. We're not getting anything. So I think when this pickaxe breaks, we will start mining out a chunk instead of just this strip with the diamond pick, because I'm willing to take the diamond pick. Oh, I should have gotten efficiency 5 thrown on it like I said I would. Whoops. Efficiency 4 will work fine for now. Yeah, I'm fine with using the diamond pick down to like almost breaking point. I combined breaking and broken, almost breaking point, because when we put mending on it we can always fix it. So we have a decent little bit of mining we can get done. Alright, we're out, so we're gonna switch this over to here. I'm also probably gonna honestly throw out most of this deep slate, simply because I don't need deep slate right now. What's weird is every time I look up diamond mining, I feel like I get a different answer. Like, I swear before it was 40 something, and now it's telling me like 53 or 59 or 56. Like 56 is the best concentration in certain biomes, but it also has lava lakes, and 59 is like the best level for diamonds, but you get lava lakes all the time. I don't know. It's confusing, to say the least. I like just mining out like chunks, because honestly, strip mining, you still could miss so much. That's why like you were supposed to used to do like the poke hole strategy and everything, which I mean I'm always down for, but I'm kind of tired of it. I used to do it so much in the older versions that I just don't bother anymore. I have a world on my PS3 that I mined out for diamonds so much that the entirety of like a 2-block or even I think 3-block tall now section of Y12 is it's so big that it goes out of render distance, to say the least. So I definitely spent a lot of time on it. I did a similar amount, like a fairly large cavern worth, in the world with my partner, mainly because we needed deep slate, so like diamonds are just an added little bonus. We were trying to build a creeper farm, so we needed a absolute ton of blocks, and since deep slate we already had a ton of, we started with that. But for the creeper farm, it takes so many stacks of blocks that even with the amount we had, I still had to mine for quite a while to get us more. So I was finding diamonds while I was doing it, which was pretty cool, because I was like, if I'm going to be mining deep slate, I may as well be mining it in an area where I'm also going to have a chance to get us some more diamonds, even though in that world we have full netherite gear that's maxed out, and stacks on stacks of diamonds, and extra diamond armor just kicking around from like looting end cities and all kinds of stuff. But we're kind of getting bored of that world, to be fair. Like, we've just done so much that it's hard to figure out what to do, and I'm not a fan of doing much automation when it comes to worlds. So he's like, let's build this farm, let's build that farm, and I'm kind of like, The only one I was down for that I actually initiated was the creeper farm, because I was so tired of us having to constantly kill creepers because of how far we were exploring. Like, we were exploring tens of thousands of blocks with our elytra, and we had 3 pairs of elytra that had unbreaking and mending, so rockets go by very quickly, and just like hand mining creepers every night was not enough. So I had to look into making a creeper farm, which again I'll probably do on this world at some point because it's helpful, but it's not something I want to do yet because it's, again, very difficult. It takes a lot of blocks. Like, you have to have stacks on stacks of a solid block to make the platforms and everything, and then you have to have stacks on stacks of buttons and stacks on stacks of trapdoors, which means tons of wood and for both of them, and it's a lot. Like, even when we were building it and we had a lot of supplies to start, I still had to take breaks to go mine more wood for our buttons and our trapdoors, and I still had to take breaks to go get more deep slate when we were running out. And we didn't even do a fairly large farm. I think it was only 2 or 3 levels, and the tutorial we were using as a guide did like a 6-level one. So yeah, it's just a lot. It was the method was the I don't want to mine that with my pickaxe, even though it gives us flint. Yeah, it's just a lot. It's the style where it's a trident farm for the killing, so you don't have to do much work. You just kind of stand there and let them die, which is like a little inefficient, because it'd be better to kill them with a looting sword to just constantly get more gunpowder. But with how many that it produces, even just being a 3-level farm, you don't really need to worry about it. Like, we just sit there for maybe 10 minutes and we get a stack worth of gunpowder, compared to 10 minutes of farming at night only getting us maybe half a stack between the both of us trying to hunt down creepers. So it's just a lot. I don't know why the game audio is suddenly quiet in my headset again, and I think that was like a flash for like lightning, which is a little concerning. I don't know if it's thunderstorming out. It looks like there is rain coming down, so it might be thunderstorming out, which is a little bit sketch, because then we might be getting some lightning striking our house. So I'm a tad concerned, to say the least. I need to make a shovel because I'm really sick of just mining that gravel by hand already. So let's make another iron shovel for now. Yeah, okay, it is working now in my headset, so that is definitely a thunderstorm. I don't know if I want to climb the whole staircase to go sleep, though, so I'm kind of just hoping and praying that our house turns out okay. Which isn't the best method, but oh well. Yeah, for some reason the audio in my headset keeps going in and out as far as actually being in my ears like it's supposed to. Like, it was just silent for ages and not even doing the mining sounds or anything, or the thunder sounds, and now I can hear my mining and my thunder again. And like I said, I tried to just wiggle around, or like move around twist around the plug for the aux for my headset to see if like maybe it's that, but it didn't seem to make a difference, so I don't think it's that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just mining out these gravel pits now so I don't have to later. I'm definitely a little frustrated that we haven't found like anything besides one redstone vein, because there definitely should be more than that around here. But it's fine. You know, it happens. But I was hoping to find, you know, some iron, maybe some gold. Like, stuff to keep us going while we're looking for diamonds, at least. That thunderstorm is going. Especially because we keep running into Tuff, and Tuff usually has, like, the iron heavy areas. But it's alright. I do have to check that message in a minute, because that was my best friend messaging me back. I miss one of my best friends. Okay, so, like, I have tiers of best friends-ish, because I only have a couple of them. I think, legitimately, I only have 2 people I would consider my best friend in this universe, and it's hard to tier it, because, like, I really miss one of them so bad, and he's, like, the bestest, and I adore him, and him and I were super close. Okay, maybe 3 people. But the one I'm referring to, he's really awesome, and we met, like, over a game, honestly, which was kind of funny, thinking back on it, but, like, we were super close, and honestly, I would say still super close, because even though he's busy with life and existing and all that, and I'm busy with life and existing and all that, I know, like, I could completely just message him and be like, hey, and, like, ramble about something, and he could do the same to me, and we'd be, like, immediately the same as we were before, for the most part. But, yeah, he's awesome. I miss him a lot, but I haven't been able to, contact him as much, because, my partner has a very issue with, like, me talking to male human beings, and he doesn't really, you know, care about any nuances of it, or like, hey, I met this person and this person, because, like, I don't know if I'm allowed to use his name on stream. I know he used to watch all the time, so I don't know if he's, like, around, and if I'm allowed to use his name on stream. I would assume it'd be okay, because I used to use his name when he was talking in chat all the time. But anyways, so Elliot, is, like, thousands on thousands of miles away. He lives overseas, so it's never anything, and it's never been anything like we're into each other. He's very not into women, and I'm not, like, into him in that way. I mean, if I, you know, had met him under different circumstances, I low-key would have a huge crush on him, because he's, like, the sweetest person, and he has, like, a lot of the same interests as me and stuff, but I don't have that, at all, because, like, I very value our friendship, and I love our friendship, and I would never, like, go past that, admiration-wise, so, yeah, but So we have no like romantic vibes. I mean, we say we love each other constantly, because that's just how I am too, which I think is a big issue for my partner, because in my opinion, life is ridiculously short, and it's too short for people to not know that they matter to someone. And I know there are, many different forms of love that exist out there. And yes, I did see those diamonds. I'll go back for them. I know there are many different forms of love out there, and I don't feel any less valid in a relationship because my partner loves someone as a friend. That's never been something that's, to me, it's the equivalent of being jealous that your partner loves their family. If that makes sense. And I'm not saying he's like crazy jealous or anything. I'm saying like this is my equivalent thinking about that mindset. Is it would be the equivalent to me of being upset that your partner loves their family. Because I love my friends and the people that are important to me so much, but it's not like I want to kiss you. It's like I love you to death, and I am so happy that you exist, and I am so grateful that you're my friend and in my life, and I would do anything for you. And like that's something that's important to me, but it's a very similar level to very strong like family love. Like it's basically, found family vibes in life, because if I'm saying I love you to someone and as a friend, they are genuinely like my family. I would do anything for them. I would spend all the time in the world with them. Like they are exceptions to any of my burnout social wise, all of it. I take that seriously. Like I don't tell people I love you lightly, but it's a different love than, someone that you are pursuing romantically or you love romantically. And a lot of people don't make that distinction because they feel like it's weird or wrong to love someone that's not like your partner or your family, which is fine. That's their experience. It's everyone has a different version of an experience in the world, and everyone has different boundaries and stuff. So I haven't been able to, be that way in a long time, because I respect my partner's boundaries, and I'm not going to be like, well, I'm just going to do this even though you don't like it. It's just not how I am as a human being. So I'm going to go up and put away some of this deep slate, because as much as I want to throw some of it out, I think it might be useful if we do some farms in the future, especially like creeper farms and stuff. No, I think I'm just gonna get rid of it. I keep changing my mind. But yeah, I don't remember where that started I was talking about Elliot. But, yeah, it's hard to, like, quantify how different people mean to me, because when I consider someone my best friend, they've already transcended so many levels when it comes to how important they are to me, that it's hard to like specifically say, this person is the top tier of my best friends. I think it's genuinely almost a hard tie between Elliot and my friend who just messaged me, Christy, because I've known them a similar length of time. I think I might have known Christy a little longer, because I don't think I got into the game that Elliot and I met on until like late high school or after high school, versus I met Christy in very early high school days. Like I think I knew her for a long time before we were friends, but like officially met as far as being friends, because small town vibes, but officially met as far as being friends in like freshman year. Yeah, freshman year. So I think I've known her a little longer, but it's a different type of friendship compared to my friendship with Elliot. So it's hard for me to be like, this friendship is this level to me and this friendship's that level to me. It's more just like I adore these people, and they're like very, very, very top of the line in my level of importance and my level of care, for humans in the universe. But yeah, I don't know. I'm super weird, I guess, in a way, with friendships, and like I will definitely be the first one to say like I love you to a best friend or to a friend, if they're that important to me. Like I said, I'm kind of selective about it as far as, you know, if I'm just friends with someone for a couple weeks and we just kind of surface level talk and hang out once in a while, I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, I love you so much. But like people that genuinely mean a lot to me hear I love you from me quite often, or like love you, because they need to hear that, in my opinion. Like I'm not gonna be beating around the bush and, you know, pretending that this person doesn't mean as much as they do to me in life. And I think it's a very good and very healthy thing for you to have people in your life that remind you that you are loved and you are valued and you're an amazing person. And honestly, if your friends can't do that for you, then where are you getting it, you know? I feel like that kind of contributes to the people that like rush into relationships or continue to be in like bad relationships because they just want love and they're not getting that from a more platonic form of love, because they don't have like people that are platonically like I love you, I adore you, you're the best, and, you know, rooting for them and being in their corner and all those things. I always grew up super jealous of the people, like especially ladies, because I mean I grew up female presenting, or like woman presenting. I was really just jealous of like the ladies that would have like friends that were girls that would like hype them up all the time and be like in their posts being like, yeah, you're so pretty and all that stuff all the time, because I wanted that level of connection with someone. And now, I mean, I've had it for years. Like Christy is the first person to like be messaging me off my story like you look so good, and messaging me about like when I did like through the years on my snaps and stuff. She would be like, oh my god, you look like you've gotten so much happier and you're glowing and I'm so proud of you and stuff like that. Like it's stuff that people need to hear that they don't hear enough, especially people that don't have a very tight-knit family or, you know, any of that sort of stuff going on. It doesn't happen enough, and I will be, you know, the first person to do that for people that are important to me because they deserve it. Because honestly, if you get through my autistic ass, and I don't normally swear on stream, if you get through my autistic self and all of my issues and all of my struggles with connecting with humans, and you're genuinely someone I connect to, you deserve the world. I can surface level connect with people sometimes, but when I connect with someone on that level, it's so important and so fulfilling. But yeah, I have like 2 best friends that I could talk to. I just haven't been able to talk to Elliot as much anymore because, again, I kind of respect my partner's boundaries, even though I miss him so much. And I'm not going to be like talking to him if that makes my partner uncomfortable or frustrated. Even if, you know, some of the boundaries don't make sense to me per se, because I've kind of always been a person that's not like super weird about people having opposite sex friends or hanging out with the opposite sex. If I trust them and if I feel comfortable with them, then I trust them to respect me as a human even when they're not around me. So it's a little hard to like quantify. I'm pausing and stuttering because there's definitely been instances in this relationship that I haven't been that way, and I'm trying to like figure out if I can clarify that, but I don't think I can without airing my relationship laundry in the online world, and I don't know if I want to do that. So I don't know. My partner doesn't watch my streams, but I don't like the vibe of like talking behind his back. Not that it's anything super negative of the topic that I'm talking about. Okay, I'll like surface level go over it. So I definitely in this relationship have had issues with him like speaking to women outside of work. But the main thing that was a problem for me was that he was, you know, offering time and attention and care to women that he had like openly said were attractive to him at some point in time, which is where it kind of draws a line a little for me. For example, he was offering like to help out this person with her car because he was like, well, she has a kid and I want to make sure she, you know, can be safe, and like that sort of stuff, which I mean is a very chivalrous concept and mindset, and I'm okay with that mindset. But being that it was someone that he was very openly talking about, like, being into her in the past, it makes me a little uncomfortable. And it's not like I don't trust him at that level, it's just that it kind of rings a discomfort bell in my mind, and it's a little hard to get past. And I made that very clear. And I think the other aspect in that I have been very clear about is that, because the other instance was, there was a female that was talking to him that was, like, emotionally cheating on her boyfriend, by, like, constantly complaining to him about her relationship and her boyfriend and this and that. And she was, like, buying my partner, like, energy drinks and all kinds of, like, stuff like that. And while he made it clear that he wasn't interested in her, she was also crossing boundaries in the way that she was, like, trying to give him other chicks' phone numbers that wanted to get a hold of him. And, like, I don't know, it was giving me a really bad vibe. And I'm very strong on, like, if something's energy is off, I'm gonna be very aware of that and genuinely believe that, because I 1,000,000% believe in my ability to read, you know, patterns and energies very well. And I expressed that, and he was like, well, she's my friend and I care about her, and we kind of had a bit of a disconnect because of it. And I basically had to explain and express, like, if a man was talking to me the way that she was talking to me, you would have a very, very big problem with that. And that's not blaming you or saying you shouldn't have a problem with it. I'm saying you would have a very big problem with that concept, so why am I not supposed to have a problem with it if it's your end of things? You know, it was like, it was the inequality of it that was bugging me as well, of, like, you're allowed to talk to females in this way, but if a man was talking to me in this way, it would be a very, very big, like, genuinely just about breakup problem. And all I'm saying is, like, this makes me uncomfortable for these reasons, and I don't know if you can do anything about it, but I want to express it. I'm not, you know, being like, stop talking to her, oh my god, it's the, you know, I wasn't, like, flying off the handle about it. I was like, I want to talk to you about how I'm feeling. It's giving me bad vibes. I don't enjoy the way that she speaks to you. I don't enjoy the way that y'all communicate. Like, he was, you know, even after he stopped working with her, because they started being friends through work, which is, you know, it's fine, you guys are working together, you know, it's not like the level of being like, oh my god, it's my work wife. He was just like, she's cool and she's chill and I like talking to her, which was fine. But after he stopped working at that establishment, he was still contacting her pretty regularly, and she was still contacting him. And, like, that was when she started, you know, saying, like, so and so wants your number, can I give it to them? And you know, this weird interactions that were kind of just, like, ringing alarm bells in my head, like, this, something isn't right here. And he was never at the point of, you know, cheating on me or even thinking about cheating on me or even his behavior being anywhere near cheating. It was just, like I said, the biggest thing for me was the inequality of the situation, where, like, if this was happening to me with a male, he would be extremely, extremely upset and angry, and I was just being like, hey, I kind of don't like this, it's making me uncomfortable, and that was kind of being a problem to him. And I was like, wait a minute, what? But I mean, it's resolved now. It's been quite a few months since that occurred, but it's just, like, weird little inconsistencies once in a while that bug me. Not with him specifically, but as humans, because, like I've said before, I'm good at pattern recognition, I'm good at, you know, reading energy of people, that sort of thing. And when human beings in any form of my life, even outside of my life, just human beings that I see and know about, are being inconsistent or not aligning what they do with what they say, it's a big, like, weirdness for me. I wouldn't say red flag, I don't like expressing it as a red flag, but it's a big, like, the only thing I can think is, like, it's a big ick, but I don't love using that term either. It's a little bothersome for me, even if it's not affecting my life, because but especially if it's affecting my life, if it's someone important to me or someone in my life, because it's just, I don't see the point in saying things and not doing them, or doing things not the way you say, or being inconsistent and things like that. I'm guilty of it from time to time. Anyone's guilty of it from time to time, so small instances are like, it happens. But when someone's consistently doing the opposite of what they say, or not doing things they say they will and stuff, it just becomes this weird divide and this weird issue, whether it's with me or with other people in their life or with themselves. And it's, I don't know, it's something I've observed that kind of is strange to me. So that was kind of the biggest problem in that instance, was not like, oh, you're talking to a lady. It's not like, oh, this lady is trying to like be with you. It's not like I don't trust you. It was, you know, you said this would make you uncomfortable for me, so why is it not supposed to make me uncomfortable for you? But I'm very specific about that. My mom's the same exact way. She's like, I don't like people that are like super hypocritical and like will, you know, present a different persona than they actually are. And I'm not as bad of like the persona thing, because I definitely am guilty of masking all the time and presenting myself a little differently for different scenarios and different groups of people that aren't, you know, my very close friends, because I just do it to expend the least amount of overwhelm and energy possible in the situation and fit in the best possible in a simple situation. But like, just for me, it's more the actions to words thing. You know, if someone says they're going to do something and then they never do it, or if someone consistently, because obviously life happens once in a while, you don't have a say in the matter. But if you're like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and then you just like don't do it, and there's no other factor that makes you not do it, and you keep doing that, it makes my brain go like, huh? It's just confusing to me, and I don't know if that's like autism or what, but it's just something. And I'm totally ranting on like a very strange topic on stream, which is fine, it happens. It keeps me talking, so it's whatever. But yeah, the original topic was my friends. But my friend Christy just messaged me a minute ago, which I have to check because I adore her and I miss talking to her. We actually talk like daily now, so I don't know how I miss talking to her. She like messages me all the time. But yeah, I think it's the reason why those two would be kind of tied for best friends for me is because they have different existences in my life. Like, I would be comfortable talking to them about literally everything in any instance, but, you know, Christy's more of the, like, girl power, you know, cheering me on and that sort of stuff, and Elliot's more of the, like, here, let's talk about fandoms for, like, 2 hours straight, and rant about life, and vent to each other, and give each other advice, and talk about, like, guy crushes, and just, you know, silly stuff like that. Which is like super awesome because I love connecting in that way. I don't have literally anyone else that I would talk to that way in life. And it's just like, they're both my favoriteest people. I have a tie for my favorite people, and it's them. So it's interesting to like have different connections, and it's really amazing to have different connections and be able to be like, this person is my favorite person for, you know, X, Y, and Z reasons, and this person's my other favorite person for these reasons, and they're both amazing. And I would do anything for the both of them. Always. So, you know. But, yeah. That's my life. I like having friendships where it's not the exact same cookie cutter interactions with everyone. You know, I'm not, like, gonna get the same response to venting about the same topic from Christy or Elliot, because they both have different perspective and they both have different opinions on things and stuff like that. And I think that's really valuable to have in people in your life. And I think it's really fun too, because we do the same for each other. Like, I definitely would give different advice to Christy than to Elliot, because like, I know their lives a little differently and they have different needs and different styles of living and stuff like that. But anyways, I went on like a 30-minute not 30-minute, like 10-15 minute rant about friendships. But we're vibing. I got some diamonds. We have 16 diamonds. I think I'm gonna start off by making a shovel or two and making a good shovel, which is kind of weird, but I need it. I'm gonna do like fortune 3, unbreaking, efficiency, and then eventually mending. So I think that would be nice. I mean, we do have a mending book at home right now, but the mending book has, I believe, efficiency 3, sharp 3, and something else. So I was thinking I would use it on a tool that I was building that already had one efficiency 3 enchant. I just feel like it'd be a waste to use that mending book on this pickaxe because this already has this already has efficiency 4. So, oh, that wasn't good for me. I knew that was happening. So I feel like it'd be kind of a waste to just specifically use only the mending enchant off of that book when it has multiple enchants that I could use on other things. I don't know, it might be just me and my brain, but that's where my brain is on why I haven't used that mending book yet. I'll double check it and see what the enchants are. Maybe I'll use it. I don't know. It's hard because we get mending books so infrequently right now that I want to use them as effectively as possible, which means using them specifically for things like that. I don't know. I'll have to go. I'm gonna look at it in a second. I'm gonna put away these diamonds. I'm gonna keep out 1 to make a shovel. Whoa, I threw them. Wrong button. Oh. Am I forgetting how to function right now? Oh my god. Okay, this, and then this. Wow. Third try is the charm, I guess. Hello, what doing? Yeah, so this is what I was going to use on this pick to make it efficiency 5. And then, which I might even not do, because unbreaking and efficiency would be useful on something that doesn't have unbreaking. I don't know. This I would use, so I'll use that one, because I don't use Bane of Arthropods anyways. Yeah, so this is the mending one. So it's actually sharpness 3. So it's actually sharp 3, which I would only ever use on an axe, and our axe already has sharp 4. So the only other thing that would be useful on it is unbreaking 3, and you typically already get unbreaking 3 from most enchants. So maybe it is worth it to throw this on the pickaxe right now. Yeah, I think it's worth it. So we'll do those 2 to max out the pickaxe. And then we have efficiency 4 and unbreaking already. The silk touch I'm not going to use right now. We could combine those 2 and make an efficiency 4 book as well, because I don't think I'd use the power 3 aspect. I'm just looking at everything we have for options. Yeah, okay, so let's just put this pickaxe together fully for right now. Wrong one again. Oh, we still have to make a new anvil. Do I have enough on me? I think I just barely have enough on me. We're gonna do it old school today. I've been liking doing actual crafting once in a while. Especially when I already know the recipe and I don't want to scroll through that menu endlessly. Alright, this. And we'll do efficiency 4 first, because that'll just do a quick little 1 level. and then mending. So now we have a finished pickaxe, which is nice. We'll make a shovel real quick. So we'll use the shovel to check what's available when we get back up to level 30 again. So yeah, now we have a mending pickaxe, which is really cool. And we got some diamonds really quickly with it. We got the 16 diamonds in one trip, which is nice. This is kind of dumb of me, but I'm going to use those pants. I'm going to try to use the leather armor up when I'm just in the overworld, because I don't think I need to do much else. I guess we'll fish for a while and see what enchants we can drag up from the deeps. The deeps being 1 block deep water, but oh, I thought that was already going down. I looked away at my phone for a second and I was like, ah! I want some of my tea. It's sitting there waiting for me. But anyways, updates wise, I went to see my mom on Wednesday like I was going to. I just didn't feel like talking yesterday. I didn't know how long I had for stream time. I was supposed to only have a very brief amount of time, so I was like, I don't think I want to talk because I don't want to just talk for a short amount of stream time. But I ended up having more time than I thought I would. And it was cool. We still got to chat with people. There was actually quite a few newcomers in chat that were, you know, going back and forth with me, and we were having a nice little discussion. It was a nice time. I actually get nervous in doing muted streams that people aren't going to chat as much, just because, you know, it quickly loses interest when the person isn't able to like directly speak back to you, and it takes a second for them to get back to you since I'm trying to play and open up and type back and all that. So I figured it would like cause disinterest on my muted streams, but like yesterday was kind of a proof that that doesn't always happen, which was really nice, and I'm grateful. And if any of you are watching this or watching the VOD, thank you for hanging out with me. It was a good time yesterday. But anyways, to go back to what I was talking about, the other reason I was muted is I was a little burnt out from Wednesday. Wednesday was a super long day, to be honest with you guys. It was a great day. It was probably one of the best days I've had in months, but it was a long one. I left my house at 7 in the morning, and I did not come back to my house until 11:30 at night. And that involved about 5.5 hours total of driving for me as well. And I was driving on my own, so I didn't have a passenger, I didn't have, you know, stimulating conversation to have. I was just pretty much scream singing along to Spotify songs and using GPS. So it was definitely like kind of dragging, and at the time I had 3 hours of sleep the night before. So I was having a time. But actually, I will be right back to continue this topic because I have to go to the bathroom. I just want to pull this fish in, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, guys. I am back. I took the time to answer that text that I had to answer real quick and take a sip of my tea so it wasn't clanging the spoon in y'all's ears. Anyways, about Wednesday. So, I got up at like 6 a.m. and I got ready and I had to feed my dog and bring the dogs out and eat a quick snack. The biggest thing was getting my partner awake because he was very tired too, since we both had like 2 or 3 hours of sleep. And I was like, I gotta go, I want to get things going, hello, and he's like, I want to close my eyes a little longer, and I'm like, I know, me too, but I was supposed to leave by 7 at the latest, and it's now like 6:40, hello, but, yeah. So I got going around 7. I had to go to my hometown and get gas because my hometown's kind of my trusted gas station and it's cheaper than where I live or the town next to me because my hometown's about 2 towns away from me. And it didn't hurt the timing too bad. It was like 2 hours 40 minutes from my home and it was 2 hours 30 minutes from my hometown. And my hometown was about 30 minutes from me, so it kind of added time, but it wasn't the worst, and I needed gas anyways, and I didn't want to stop at some random gas station, and I'm glad I did, because gas was way more expensive up where my mom lives than it was down where I live. It was like $2.94 a gallon when I had my cents off, and it was a base price of like $3.10 per gallon up where my mom lives. So it would have made a decent difference given that I had to fill up my tank, which was $70.90 total to fill it, which meant that I actually overestimated a little, which was nice because I'd rather overestimate than underestimate. So I estimated that it would be a $75 trip, and it was a $70.90 trip, and I still had some gas left over to boot, so pretty good. Worked out good, but anyways, I left at like 7. I got to my mom's at like 10:20, I think was what the estimated time was. And I was super upset because I knocked time, not like the end of the world upset, but I was like a little frustrated because I knocked time off my GPS estimated arrival by like 5 whole minutes before I got there, and then right as I got into her town there was a whole long stretch of paving being done, and the paving made me lose the whole 5 minutes that I had gained in the entire 2-hour trip, 2.5-hour trip. So I was like, what the heck? But it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't like bad by any means. It was just like, oh, come on. But I still made it on time, and then my mom pretty much immediately was like, let's go for a walk, because that's what she does most of the time in the morning. And she hadn't done her walk yet for the morning because she wanted to show me. It's like a walk along the river where she lives. And she does like her like grounding walk, so she'll, you know, be barefoot in the grass wandering along the river walk. And she was showing me it and showing me like the bridges. And the river used to have like paper mills and stuff off of it, so it had like some cool like boons, I think they're called, in the center that were like little islands that they built to help divvy up and guide the wood in the correct directions for the paper mills, which was pretty cool looking to see after the fact. And there was like cormorants, I think is how you pronounce it. There was like certain birds and stuff like that. There was some cool birds, there was some cool fish, there was wildlife, there was butterflies, there was pretty flowers for the butterflies, because they had like a whole stretch of the area that was like a pollinator conservation effort, where they had like a bunch of flowers that pollinators love, and it was really cool. It was a pretty little way to start the day. It was definitely hot. The sun was shining in my face. I think I got a light sunburn on my face from all the activities of that day, but it's not the end of the world. It doesn't hurt too bad. Just made my face a little warm and a little red. But that's not news. I sunburn extremely easily, so I felt my face heating up on the walk back towards her car from that walk, and I was like, I'm gonna have a sunburn by the end of the day. I know it, but It was okay. I don't mind it. I'm so used to being sunburnt that it really doesn't bug me anymore, unless it's like super severe, and it really wasn't that severe, so it's fine. Whoa, I hate that they keep letting me on fire. I hope I didn't just hit that Enderman, because he just walked right into my face. I just saw black Enderman legs while I was swinging for the zombie, and it gave me a heart attack, okay? But yeah, and then I had to go with her. I didn't have to, but like I did, go with her for her to run her errands that she had to run. She had to like go get some dog food and get some stuff for my little brothers and get what she wanted for food later and that sort of stuff. And she got me a Dunkin' refresher from Dunkin' Donuts because I told her that I was running on like 3 hours of sleep and I was gonna need caffeine to even keep up with her and the boys that day. And she's like, alright, and then like that was the first thing we did before we even went on the walk. She's like, we're going into Dunks, you're getting caffeine, you can choose what you want. So I got a large Dunkin' refresher with green tea, which was very nice. It took a minute for it all to kick in, for sure. Like, I was still super slow and not keeping up with what my mom was saying at all. And then, eventually it actually kicked in enough that I was like, okay, I'm up to speed now. I'm catching on to what's going on. But it took a hot minute for that to actually kick in. But I got a large and it was very nice. I like the refreshers, especially with the green tea. And then we went on that walk, and then we ran errands, and then we went back to my mom's apartment, and I said hi to the dogs some more, which I was so excited, okay, which is funny. I've seen both dogs about the same length of time ago, but Tyson, her pit bull mix, has a lot harder memory, a lot more issues when it comes to the memory of people, I guess. Because he did not remember me whatsoever. He was like, who the heck are you? What are you doing in my house? Why are you here? I don't like you. Like, super spooked and super, like, barky. And that's fine. Like, it's his house. I'm not upset about it. But it just cracked me up because I haven't seen them in the same amount of time. But Tyson was super unsettled. Like, who are you? What are you doing here? And Zeke, the German Shepherd mix, which is my dog's brother, oh, he remembers me all right. I am like, I've always been like his favorite person because I helped raise him. You know, the litter was at my dad's when they were born, and I would visit them pretty much daily, and I was like the first person to teach him to sit, and the first person to teach him, you know, just like the proper things for like helping him eat solid food for the first time and all that sort of stuff. So like he was pretty connected to me, and he's been super clingy to me since, because I used to visit my mom frequently after she got him and everything too, so he knows me. And I got in that door and he was like, oh my god, it's you, and he was so happy. But Tyson was like, no. It took Tyson a few minutes to stop barking at me, and then he would still kind of bark at me once in a while if I moved like a little too fast or I spooked him. He'd be like, what are you doing? What is going on? But yeah, my Zeke loved me. He was so excited to see me, and I was excited to see the both of them. But Zeke is my baby boy. I love him. I'm gonna die, so let's not. I'm gonna die, so let's not. No. Bad skeletons. Bad skeletons. Bad skellies. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna bow those guys, because they are trying to mark me, and I don't like it. Oh, I got that spider instead. I would have had that skeleton if it didn't wander into the water. Yeah, so they were both excited to see me after a bit. It took Tyson a while, but he was like, okay, we're friends now. So we went back to the apartment, and I got to hang out with the dogs some more and pet them some more and say hi to them some more. And then, we saw that my brothers were awake, so we were supposed to do like a walk all together at some point, but Mom's like, we're probably gonna wait until later so it's a little cooled off and less sunny in our faces, which my brother was like, okay, cool, and my other brother was like, I'm not going, and we were like, oh, okay, cool. And then my mom was trying to figure out what she wanted to do to like show me stuff, because she wanted to do so much at once that she was just like, I don't know what to do. So she was like, I could show you this, I could show you this, I could show you this, and then she decided that we wanted to go to a waterfall that was nearby, which was like a 64-foot waterfall, I think it was, and it was super pretty, and it was only like 10-15 minutes away from her house, and she asked my little brother that was out and about if he wanted to come with us, and he was like, yeah, sure. So we all piled into the car and we went to the waterfall, which was fun. It was a little hike, and then my brother and I were like climbing rocks and stuff to get better views, and I ended up like wading through the water at the base of the waterfall to get over to the other side from where like the touristy area is to look at everything, because I wanted like better pictures and to see the other end of the waterfall, which made my mom super nervous for the both of us, because we were like climbing rocks and stuff right next to the water and jumping around and all that, but we were fine. But yeah, we were just like exploring and checking everything out. We spent quite a bit of time there. We got a lot of photos and videos, and then I ended up walking barefoot for the way back, which wasn't that great because it was all like packed gravel, which was not nice on bare feet. But I didn't want to like put my shoes back on because my pant legs were soaked from wading in the water. So I was just like barefoot walking back. I had to take a break because I was about to faint a couple times. My vision started going woo woo woo, and I was like, alright, I need to take a second. But that's just because of my heart condition, which is fine, I'm used to it. But then we made it back to the car, and we stopped at their local Walmart for my brother to get a couple of drinks, and then we went back to the apartment, and Mom was like, okay, well, we're all hungry, so you can make your food, and me and your sister will go find something to eat, and then we'll reconvene to go check out some more shops, and then we'll do a walk. And he was like, okay, cool. And then Mom and I went and we found a little like deli place that was cool, and we got a pizza to split, and we brought it back to the apartment and ate it. It was super filling. I only made it through three of my four slices. I should have only made it through two, but I was like, I'm still hungry, even though I really wasn't. And I finished a third slice. And then I had a bunch of water because I was like, Ma, I haven't had any water yet, and I normally have like two, how many ounces? 64 ounce jugs by now. So my body is not happy. And so I chugged a bunch of water, and then we sat for a minute while my brother was eating his food and then getting ready to get going to see the shops. And then we walked around a little like shopping strip that was near them, and then we went back to the apartment, and then we took the walk that they wanted to take with me. We were hoping for it to be both my brothers and my mom and me, because like that was like the whole idea, was it to be like a little bit of a nostalgia walk, because we used to walk all together sometimes and it was nice, especially for me and my brothers, because we used to walk around together all the time when my mom lived closer, when I still lived in the same house as them all. We would go for walks like almost daily together and just be goofy. So we wanted to have like that nostalgia aspect, but like I said, one of my brothers, the older one of the two, wasn't really feeling it. He was having a rough day, so he wasn't really feeling socializing or anything at all, and he didn't really want to even come out of his room, which is fine. He's allowed to. He's 19, like, he's an adult. He can do his thing. And plus, he's usually antisocial, so I was kind of expecting it. But so he didn't end up coming. We asked him again before we left just to make sure he was sure on his opinion and hadn't changed his mind, and to like include him if he wanted to be included. But he said no, so the three of us went on a walk, and then we got back and it was like 7, and my mom was like, do you want to leave? Like, do you care if you're driving in the dark? And I was like, at this point I'd be driving in the dark anyways, for one, for at least part of the drive, and for two, no, I don't care if I drive in the dark. I want to stay like as long as I can. So I messaged my partner. I was like, hey, is it cool if I stay like another 40 minutes or so? Because my mom wanted to go to the spring to fill up her water jugs, and she said it was like a 20-minute drive and it'd only take a minute or two to fill up jugs and then 20 minutes back. I was like, is it cool if I stay that much longer so that I can, hang out with my mom a little more one-on-one? And he was like, yeah, stay as long as you want, it's fine. So I went with my mom, which ended up being longer than 40 minutes because the spring was super slow, and we were also super caught up in, like, talking about things a lot. I call it, like, mama therapy, because, like, we low-key therapize each other all the time on certain topics, and so I was, like, talking about a bunch of things, and life, and relationships, and all kinds of stuff, and then she drove me back to the apartment, and I said bye to the dogs and to my little brother. I got a side hug out of him, which is more than I was expecting. He's 17, so I was like, dude, I'm gonna be weird and ask for a hug, but you're allowed to say no because we're not huggers in our family. Like, we grew up not being forced to hug if we didn't want to hug, and none of us were super, like, huggy, touchy people besides my mom. So, like, my mom would hug all of us, but we wouldn't really hug each other that much. We'd just, like, pile on top of each other on the couch and stuff if we wanted to be in each other's space. So it's been arguably like a couple years since I've hugged my little brother. We show love in other ways, like pestering each other about stuff, and, you know, like fist bumps and stuff like that. We're not like a huggy family, or siblings, I should say, because my mom's, like I said, very huggy. So I was like, I'm gonna ask for a hug just because I haven't seen you in so long, but you're allowed to say no. And he's like, I'll give you a side hug. And I'm like, I will take it. So I got a side hug from my little brother, and then I said bye to the dogs, and I played with Tyson for a while because he wanted to play tug, and mom's like, 10 minutes of tug will knock him right out. And I'm like, let's make you tired for your mom. And then we played for a little bit, and then I pissed off Zeke because Zeke's he gets, like, overwhelmed with a certain amount of time of, like, stimulation and, you know, things going on at the same time and people petting him and everything, and he'll get kind of, like, growly and snippy once he gets overwhelmed, which is fine. It's his way of telling us, hey, I've had enough. Like, he's allowed to express that. So, like, I went to pet him to say bye, and he got super growly at me, and I was like, hey, okay, I'm not gonna touch you. You're good. Alright. Bye, Zeke. I love you. Like, you're fine. I'm not gonna do that. So I just said bye to him and told him I love him, and told Tyson he's the best and I love him, and then said bye to my brother, and then packed up all the stuff my mom was sending me home with, because she always sends me home with stuff. She sent me home with, like, some lemon honey she didn't like, and some Himalayan salt tea light handle holders, and then some singing bowls and an incense thing, and my leftover pizza. And when we went on the walk with my brother, she bought me, like, we went to an Irving, so she bought me, like, the giant, or a Circle K, so she bought me, like, the giant Polar Pop cup that was, like, 99 cents, and I had filled it with, like, Mountain Dew and lemonade because I knew I would probably need the caffeine to get home because I was definitely starting to crash. So I packed up all that stuff, and then my mom walked me out to the car, and I got everything into the car, and I said bye. And then I called my partner because he asked to call him when I was leaving. So I called my partner, told him I was getting ready to go. And then I pulled up GPS, pulled up my music. And then I pulled out and waved bye to my mom because she was up on the balcony still waiting for me to leave so she could wave bye. And off I went. The first, like, third of the drive, I was dragging and not having a good time. Like, I was super tired, my eyes were getting droopy. I was at the point where I was like, I might have to pull over for a minute to wake the hell back up because nothing's working. Like, I had the windows down, it was cool out, so I had the windows down some to keep it, like, cold and keep me awake some, and I had music blaring to keep me awake, and I had, you know, the caffeine I was chugging, and I was just dreary and having a really hard time, and I was like, I might need to pull over. But I mean, I was on an interstate, so there's only, like, a rest stop, but by the time I got to the rest stop, I was kind of functioning enough again that I was like, no, I'm not gonna pull over, it's fine. Plus, the middle of the night at a rest stop, like, 2 hours away from home that I don't know seems really uncomfortable for me, so I was like, you know what, we'll be fine, we're gonna keep pushing. And then, like, the middle third of the drive, I was just, like, vibing out, overtired, like, bopping my head along to songs and singing at the top of my lungs. And then the last third of the drive, I was like, so the same thing happened to me both there and back, where I was like, I've made it so far, I must be almost there, and I looked down and there's still, like, over an hour left of the drive, which happens to me a lot. Like, I think it's the ADHD brain, because it happens to me with movies too, especially in theaters. I'll be like, I've been sitting here for hours, when is this movie gonna end? And then it's only like halfway through. But the same thing happens with the drive. Like, I was driving to my mom's, and I, in my head, was like, wow, I've made so much good time. I've been in the car so long. Like, I've got to be close to there. And I looked down, and I still have like an hour and 11 minutes. And I was like, huh? What? Which kind of happened in my drive home too. I was like, I must be almost home. Like, I've been doing so well. I've been on the interstate for so long. I'm getting tired again. What's going on? And I looked down, and I still have an hour and 20 something minutes left of the drive. And then I kind of dragged along, like, still being like goofy and overtired for the most part, and singing along to songs and stuff, until like 45 minutes away from home, at which point I saw a coyote run across the interstate, which was cool. And I remembered that I wanted to ask my dad if I could hang out with him this weekend and go help him sort out his knife collection, because we've been meaning to do it for weeks, and I want to do it. And so I like voice messaged him, so I didn't have to like touch my phone besides to open up the voice message, and I was like, hey, A, I just saw a coyote, which was cool, and B, I wanted to ask you if we can do that this weekend because it's rainy, and you said you wanted to do it on a rainy day. And I'm like, I won't open this again until I get home, so you can answer however, whenever. And I was like, I'm about 45 minutes away from home. And then I sent that to him, and then I kept driving. And at like 30 minutes from home, I started getting super tired again and like struggling. But I've still made it. And then I got like 10 minutes away from home, and I called my partner, and I was like, hey, or like 5 minutes from home, because I got off the interstate, and getting off the interstate is like right across the border from home, because it took me off into Vermont to go down the interstate. So you get off in Vermont, and then like 5 minutes later you're home. So I got off the interstate, and I called him like, hey, I just got off the interstate, I'm like 4 minutes from home, and he had been like slowly falling asleep, so he was like super sleepy, and he was like, oh, how close are you? And I was like, 4 minutes-ish, I just got off the interstate. And he's like, okay. And I was like, do you think you can bring the dogs downstairs since you're upstairs in bed right now? And it's like 11 something at night, and quiet hour in our apartment's 10 p.m. and it's a weekday, so I'm like, we want to keep them as quiet as possible, please. They're gonna bark because I'm coming home and they bark at the door opening, but I'd rather them bark at the door opening where they're 5 feet from the door and will shut up very quickly, rather than them hear the door from all the way upstairs and come barreling down the stairs barking their lungs out until they see me and realize they can be quiet. So the difference there. So I asked him if he could take them downstairs, and he said, yeah, but then he started falling asleep again. He didn't fully wake up until I was, like, pulling into my parking spot in the parking lot, and then he was like, whoa, where are you? And I was like, I'm pulling into the parking spot. And he's like, oh, you're already here? And I was like, yep. And he's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, can you bring the dogs downstairs? And he's like, yeah, I will. Just let me know before you come over to the door. And I was like, okay. And then I got out of the car, and he's like, you didn't tell me you were coming over to the door. I'm like, I'm not. I'm going around my car to get my stuff out. And that, like, woke him up enough that he came downstairs while I was getting stuff out of the truck, and then he unlocked the door for me as I was standing at the screen door. And then I, like, opened the screen door as fast and as quietly as possible, and then opened the big door. And they barked at me like usual, but they calmed down pretty quickly-ish, because they were like, oh my god, we missed you, so they were still, like, barky. But of course, Bailey was like, hi, and then she smelled dogs on me and just stopped and started sniffing me really intensely, versus Nyx was like, oh my god, mom, and was freaking out and excited to see me and everything. And then after she calmed down from the excitement of seeing me, she was like, wait a minute, you smell different, and started smelling me. But overall, they were excited to see me, and I was excited to see them. I missed them for sure. No, you go away. You go away, buddy. I'm actually gonna shoot you because I don't want you to jump up and destroy my crops. Okay. But yeah, they were excited to see me, and I was excited to see them, and then I, like, babbled at my partner for ages, which kind of didn't go well, because he was, like, super tired, so he was kind of like, I just want to go to bed. But I babbled to him for a little while about the day, and then we had, some food because I hadn't eaten since the pizza, so I was pretty hungry again. And he hadn't eaten much at all throughout the day, so he was hungry. So we ate some food, and then we went up to bed. I didn't end up falling asleep until like 3 a.m. because I think I was like dehydrated or something. I don't know. I was laying in bed and it felt like I was still actively moving when I wasn't, which was throwing me off and making me have a hard time falling asleep. And then I fell asleep around like 3, and then I had therapy, so I was gonna get up at like 1 something because I had therapy at 2, so I was hoping to sleep in some, but then my partner was like, well, I gotta go at like noon, and was waking me up, and I was like, ugh. So I got up at like 12 something, and then he left to go do stuff, and I had therapy, and then after therapy I was like, I guess I'll play some Minecraft because he's not back yet, and I played some Minecraft, and then we had to go out and get my meds from the pharmacy, because I've been waiting on one of my meds to be refilled for like over a week, and I've been having issues with the pharmacy, and they finally filled it, so I was like, I'm gonna go get that today. And then we came back and we had to do laundry, so that he had clothes for work, and we played some video games, we played some Minecraft. We only played for a little bit, because like I said, we're getting pretty tired of our world, so we didn't know what to do. We ended up mostly just watching the show we've been watching, which is the Van Helsing show on Netflix. It's pretty good, I really like it. So we ended up watching that, and then we made dinner, and we went up to bed, and then today happened, and I didn't fall asleep last night until like 3 again, so I was running on like 3 hours of sleep. So I was laying in bed with my dogs like I normally do in the morning, and then like 10 o'clock hit, and I was out for the count. I fell asleep, which was fine because I thought I would only sleep for 3 or 4 hours, but I ended up sleeping for a solid like 6 hours, which wasted like half of the day because he works 12-hour shifts. So I was a little upset about that, but it's fine. Fridays aren't super busy for me. I don't usually have a bunch planned for Fridays. I basically just want to get a little bit of cleaning done for catch up for the cleaning I miss when he's home, and then just whatever I want. So, goodness, excuse me. And then just whatever I want. So I basically just, slept for 6 hours and did some cleaning and took care of the dogs both before and after sleeping, and now I'm playing some Minecraft. And then in probably 40 minutes or so, my partner will be home, and voila. But yeah, so tomorrow I won't be streaming for sure. I'm going to my dad's tomorrow to go do the sorting that I want to do and hang out over there. And then Sunday, I don't know if I'll be streaming or not. Sunday is like my day for me, so maybe I'll have time for streaming. If not, I don't care. I might even just not stream and purposefully take the time to just nap a little and then read for a while, because I need to catch up on reading, and it'd be nice to dedicate a bunch of time to reading. So probably something like that instead of streaming, but I will try to stream on Monday. If I don't stream before then, I will try to stream on Monday. Excuse me, goodness. Yeah, I will try to stream on Monday if I don't stream any other time, because Monday is, again, my day to get up and deep clean the house and then play games or read or whatever I want to do when I'm done. So I'll probably try to stream on Monday if I don't have the time to stream before then. I know I won't tomorrow, but maybe I will Sunday, who knows. And then, yeah, that's kind of the immediate future. I usually get time to stream on some of his days off, but I don't know. I know for sure I'll get time to stream on the Thursday of this coming week, because he's going to go get a tattoo done down in Massachusetts, so he's going to be gone for like 90% of the day. Not 90% of the day, he'll probably be gone for a solid 8 to 10 hours, I'd say, because it's going to be like a 2 to 3 hour drive probably, and then it's supposed to be a 3-hour tattoo block, but it might be longer, and then another 2 to 3 hour drive, so probably 8 to 10 hours, because I mean, I'm also considering the time he might spend hanging out at his mom's before or after, and then also him having the 40 minutes to drive from here to his mom's, and then from his mom's back to here, so quite a day, which means I'll definitely have some time to stream. I don't know about Wednesday or Tuesday, because I don't know what else he'll have planned for that week. I don't have anything planned right now, but who knows. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. I actually have to pay bills today, which sucks. While I'm thinking of that, I'm gonna double check my bank account, because rent was supposed to come out today, and I haven't seen if it came out yet. Yeah, I gotta pay bills today, which I don't know if I can or not, because I don't know if he was able to send the rest of the money my way. He got paid last night at midnight, since today is pay day. So I have a new card. Oh yeah, my card expires in October, so it makes sense they're sending me a new card. I use Capital One for banking, which kind of sucks because they don't have any local branches anywhere near me. But their customer service is always super excellent, and I don't need local branches as long as I can access putting cash into my account or taking it out, which I can because I just have to go to a CVS to put cash in, and I can go to like just about any store that has an all-point ATM to take cash out without any fees. And all points are super common. They're like in most CVS and Rite Aids, and there's a local CVS I already use to put cash in, so I usually use it for my ATM too. But then they're in most CVS and Rite Aids. Granted, Rite Aid's closed now, so there's not in any Rite Aids, and then they're in like some other like grocery stores and gas stations around here, so I always can find one pretty easily. And then they have a lot better of interest rates compared to on like basic accounts compared to any other place I've banked with, and they're just what I used as a teenager because they had teenager checking and savings accounts, so I kind of just used them when I upgraded. So that's what I use. Okay, rent did come out. I don't have the other money yet to pay the other bills, so that's fine. I will figure that out later. But yeah, he got paid last night because he was supposed to get paid today, so and our rent's supposed to come out today, and it comes out as an ACH, which means it auto comes out at like whatever time of the day that it feels like coming out, and if the funds aren't there when it tries to come out, it won't do it. And then my landlords are super strict that they won't redo the withdrawal from your bank ever, so if it doesn't withdraw, you have to pay them another way, which means mailing in a money order or a cashier's check. And to do that through my bank, it costs like a $30 fee because they charge you a little fee for the cashier's check, and then they charge you for prioritized shipping with signature required to make sure that it gets where it needs to get. So it gets there efficiently. So it's like 1 or 2 day shipping, and then also sign on arrival. So it's like a $30 fee, which meant that it would mess with the money we needed for other stuff if I had to do it that way. So we had to stay up until after midnight so that he could transfer me enough for rent last night, right when he got paid, which worked, thankfully, but then him trying to transfer me the rest of the money for the other bills didn't work. So it was just a mess, but we'll figure it out, because I have to pay so many bills. I have to pay rent, and electric, and his storage unit, and then pay for dog food. Yeah. A decent handful of stuff. Oh, he might not even be getting home when he normally gets home, because he was gonna go to Newport after work to get gas. Oh, I forgot. So I might stream for a decent chunk of time today. I think it'll be at least 2 hours. I gotta message him and see if he's still doing that, though. Just a random thought that hit my brain. So yeah, basically he got a check that was enough to cover the bills plus a little extra, so he kept like a little bit of it for him to have for extra money and for gas and all that, and then the rest of it went to me for bills and dog food. So yeah, but it hasn't all come through yet, so. But yeah, I have to pay those bills, which isn't that many. I mean, in a typical month, which, welcome to adulthood, in a typical month we have to pay rent, electric, Wi-Fi, credit cards, there's 2 of them to pay, my cell service, which is monthly, and gas, and then expenses like dog food and stuff, because the dogs go through a bag of food just about every month. So yeah, decent chunk of bills to pay. Luckily, we don't have to pay for any like streaming services and stuff that we use, because both of our parents, like his mom and my mom, share their streaming services with us that they pay for, and then we pay for Disney Plus for ourselves and for my mom to use, because my mom doesn't have Disney Plus and she pays for our Netflix, so it's like, you know, we can let her use some, which is technically against TLS for streaming services now, so shh. But yeah, she's allowed to use our Disney Plus because she doesn't have it, and she pays for our Netflix, which is the same or more expensive than Disney Plus. But his mom already has Disney Plus, so she doesn't use it. And then we have like Netflix from my mom, HBO Max and Hulu usually from his mom, and that's pretty much all we use most of the time. So, but we pay for Disney Plus yearly instead of month to month, so it's just like one big charge at once. And then we don't have to pay for his cell service because he still has his cell service through his mom's account. And then we don't have to pay for much else, like heating and hot water and stuff is all included in the rent. Not that we're using heating in this time of year anyways, but that's all included in the rent. Okay guys, I guess you're all gonna bombard me at once right now. But yeah, that's all included in the rent, so that's basically just all we have to pay for a month-to-month basis, which adds up. It's like, I'd rough estimate, $1,500 to $1,800 a month for all those bills. That's just like a super rough estimate though, I don't know for sure. So it takes a decent chunk of like what he makes in a month, especially because gas gets pretty expensive pretty fast. He goes through a full tank of gas like every week or so, and I go through my gas fairly often, not as often as I used to because I don't leave the house as much anymore, but like I go visit my dad once a week ish, and that takes up a little bit of my gas, and I only ever keep my gas tank around like a quarter anyways, so it's not super expensive. But even a quarter tank of gas for me is like 30 friggin' bucks, because gas is expensive and I have a big gas tank and a gas guzzler of a vehicle, so it adds up pretty quick for all of our stuff. Plus our dog food's like $40 a bag once a month, and my cell service is 30 something a month, almost 40, and just all the little things. And our electric went way up too the last couple months because of using the AC. It went from like being $70 a month to being like 200 something a month, which is insane to me because we live in a friggin' apartment. 200 a month should be like the price that people are paying for whole houses of electricity here, not for a little apartment. And granted, I know like we're super lucky because energy prices are definitely cheaper here than a lot of other places in my state. Like in my state as a whole is cheaper than a lot of other places that people live, but it still adds up. So just living and surviving, living like Larry, living and surviving. But that's life right now. Thought I just saw a creeper here, but I guess I didn't. There is one right here though. That was risky. I could have missed that and completely screwed myself over. Oh my god. I hate the spiders because they're hard for me to hit hitbox wise. I need to eat. I'm gonna go after this skelly, but it's risky. I did it. I don't know what else to update you guys on, honestly. I kind of just did the whole spiel for updates right now. I've been trying to post more again on my book talk and my book-based Instagram, Bookstagram, because I kind of fell off for a few days being so busy with like trying to prepare for going to see my mom and focusing on that and all that, so I didn't keep up with it as much as I would like to. I basically posted my August reads on like September 1st or 2nd, and then I disappeared for a couple days. So I'm back to trying to post some reviews. I'm still super behind on book reviews compared to where I am for what I've read, which is a little frustrating, but we're getting there. I'm definitely better than I was on catching up with it, so I'll catch up soon. That was clean. I did good at that. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Don't hit me. Creeper. Hey baby, you can't lay on top of the cat, honey. You can't lay on top of the kitty cat. You can't step on the kitty cat either. You're like 60 pounds. She's like 10 pounds. Stop stepping on the kitty cat. Good girl. Just tries to stand on my cat's head because she's trying to walk and over to get on my face. Get on my face. Get in my face. My dog is very clingy again because she's like, you left me for a whole day. It was the end of the world. Even though she did fine all day. I'm just looking for creepers mostly still, so that's why I keep just kind of pacing when I don't see any creepers, just to get the spawns to change up a bit. I was like, why are there 2 llamas? But I picked up a lead. It's because one of them's still on the lead, so the other one will just follow it around. I love that mechanic of llamas because you can just get a whole herd to follow you with like 1 lead, since they'll just automatically follow the one that's on lead. Oh, you lost one of them. Creeper. Baby zombie, not the biggest thing that I want, but it's okay. They give good XP at least. That's like the only reason I will kill baby zombies, otherwise I normally just run away from them until they forget I exist. We're getting up there on levels again, which means we have 2 enchantment chances right now. Hey, they dropped some gold armor. That'll be useful for going to the nether. It's also super endearing to spend time with my mother because, A, like I said before, she kind of fuels my energy, so she gives me, like, super hyper vibes when I'm done seeing her. And then, B, she's... So I use they, them pronouns, for any of you that don't know. Granted, not many people in my life tend to respect it because I was born female, and most of them have known me as female my whole life, and they're the whole people that are like, oh, I don't know how to use they, them pronouns because they're supposed to be plural, which is understandable, like, for older generations that are trying to adjust, and they're not trying to say it disrespectfully, they're just like, I don't understand it, which is basically where my mom is mentally, because she's a writer, and she's always grown up, like, being taught in writing that they, them pronouns are for, you know, more than one person, not just specifically one person. So it kind of flubs her up a little, and she's trying to figure out how to formulate it into sentences. But she's trying, bless her heart. So it always cracks me up because she's like, they, and she, like, stumbles over herself. But she's gracious about it, and she definitely handles it well, a lot better than many people I know do, so I give her a pass. But I mean, as she was, talking to me about, she's like, it's your life, so you're allowed to give people passes that you want to, because we were talking about how, like, certain people I give passes to when it comes to messing up on my pronouns, like my Nana, for example, because my Nana is very losing her mind, like, she's losing her memory and stuff, so she honestly just doesn't remember that I use, like, the name that I've switched to from my birth name, and she doesn't remember the whole pronouns thing, so, she just, she struggles. She'll, like, call me by my chosen name once in a while, and then other times she just kind of uses my birth name, and you can tell she's not, like, trying to do it meanly. She just, that's how she remembers me, because she has, the memory gaps and stuff, so she gets a pass, like, pretty much all the time, because that's just how she is. 9 times out of 10, she'd probably call me by a completely different name that's not even my birth name either. Like, she calls her own kids by, like, completely different names 90% of the time, because she will, like, mix them all up, so it's genuinely never a disrespect or, like, weird thing coming out of her mouth. But, like, certain people, like, my extended family on my mom's side, for a lot of them, will be, like, not exactly doing it in a nice way. I don't know if I want efficiency 4 or sharp 4. I guess I'll try efficiency 4. Plain efficiency 4, really? I'm disenchanting that. We can do that with a book anytime. But yeah, so my Nana gets passed, but, like, certain people from, like, the extended family on my mom's side will, like, use my birth name behind my back, and even if, like, not as a, like, we mean well, but constantly just use it and refuse to use my chosen name, and then when they see me, they, like, try to use my chosen name, but you can tell they never use it, because they, like, don't even sound, I don't know, it's hard to explain, so, I don't know, but it's just, like, certain people get passes and don't get passes, and she's like, you don't need to explain that to me, it's your, pronouns and your name. You're allowed to choose who gets a pass on calling you what. But, yeah. It's just a mess. I've been going by my chosen name for I don't even know how long. Years. Like, years on years on years. It's been since, like, high school or earlier. Not earlier than high school, but, like, early high school. So I don't really get the people that, want to, still use my birth name. I understand there are certain people of, like, they grew up, they've known me my whole life, they knew me when I used my birth name. So it gets a little difficult for them to separate the two, but you can, for me, the biggest thing is you can tell when someone's making an effort and when they're not, and if someone's making a genuine effort and not being, like, rude or degrading about anything to do with my transition, which I wouldn't even call my transition because I'm kind of, like, weirdly detransitioned now, but about, like, my preferred name and pronouns, then I'm fine with it, for the most part. I mean, it makes me uncomfortable, but people in my life get a pass for a lot of things, and that's kind of one of them. As long as they're being respectful and they're making an attempt, then I don't care. The reason why it came up with my mom was because my little cousin Livy actually used my chosen name, and I switched names when she was very, very, very little, so she should have only ever known me as my chosen name, but her mother, my aunt, doesn't tend to use my name very much, correctly. She's making more of an effort now, but she wasn't making an effort for a long time, so I kind of figured that, that my cousin would still just call me cousin like she always did growing up. But when I saw her when my mom was here last week, she just was, like, calling me Jax, like normal, like it was nothing, and it warmed my heart. It made my heart happy, because I was like, oh, she knows, and she is like not having a problem with it, but she's just a kid. She's like 12, so she's not really gonna have a problem with it. But I mean, like, I didn't think she really knew my chosen name well, given that my aunt doesn't use it enough. And it's just one of those things that's like really nice to hear from someone that you really care about. She's my little minion. I love her. She's like the best. So it was nice for her to be like, "Bye, Jax. Love you, Jax," when she was trying to say bye. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard having different name and pronouns than you were assigned at birth, especially in rural, small town New Hampshire, where a lot of people don't have that mindset. So it's always little wins that mean a lot to me. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of where else to go to segue off that conversation, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting like really tired and drained again, so I'm just like, oh, no wonder I was dying so easily. Literally all of my armor is broken. That's helpful. The audio in my headphones has stopped working again, so I can't hear the sound when my armor breaks. I gotta figure out what's up with that. I mean, this is an old headset. It was my ex's headset that I bought for him, and then he didn't take it with him. I don't think he didn't take it with him on purpose, because he really did like this headset. I think because I had been using it for streaming, and it was like tucked in on my bookshelf, he just didn't notice it was there when he was packing up and leaving, so he just like didn't take it. So I was like, hey, free headset for streaming. Because it was like an $80 headset. It's a, I believe a Turtle Beach headset. So it's not, you know, like super duper expensive, but like I said, it was an $80 headset. And it plugs in through the audio jack on PS4 controllers. So I don't know if it's just like old and not working well, or if it's something to do with the audio jack on my controller or the audio plug on the headset, or what. I don't know what it is that makes the sound just not work half the time, and it's bothersome. Makes it hard for me to play consistently. I still play, but it makes it hard for me to like be consistent on knowing what's going on around me and not dying, because like I've said before, it's not even an excuse. If I had audio in my ears, 90% of the deaths I've suffered would not have happened, because there were so many creeper deaths. I would have heard the creeper starting to explode, the little hissing sound, I would have heard that and gotten away from the creeper. I would have heard gas firing at me in the nether and not died from their friggin' fireballs because I didn't know they existed. You know, things like that. That really, you need the audio to know what's going on, and then I don't have the audio, and I'm like, huh? But what I really want to do in this world is find a mine shaft, because that'd be good loot and stuff. But I haven't found one yet, I don't think. Which sucks. We don't have very many good mines in this world in general, which is really annoying. Which is why we kind of had to resort to just strip mining for diamonds for a bit. Or I guess, like, quarry mining, because it just was opening up a big area. It's just what we have to, I guess, resort to. Because that's all we have for options right now. Because the closest caves are thousands of blocks away, and we've explored a lot of them, and they don't have much to offer, so I think what we'll do sometime soon is explore off in that direction, where it just turns into ocean, and see what we can find, like, in the ocean for, like, ocean ruins and shipwrecks and stuff, and past the ocean as far as other biomes and islands and stuff. But I just haven't yet, because the first time we tried to, we lost track of which direction we were going, and we ended up just boating right back to the island on accident anyways, and then it was just like a waste of time. So, but that was super early game. That was like the first couple days of this gameplay, so I wasn't really thinking straight, and I wasn't like paying attention to what chord direction I was going. I just started going. Versus in most cases now I pay attention to what chord I'm going, so I can easily figure out how to A, get back home, and B, stay on the same track where I'm going. I want more of my tea. Here, let's see if I can one-handed fish while I get my tea. It is very cold tea now, but it's good. I'm like, give me caffeine, I want to wake up. You know, I'm unplugging my phone. It's at like 80%. It'll be fine. Christy hasn't messaged me back. Today has been a babble day on stream. We have been babbling about a lot of topics. But it's not bad. It keeps things rolling. I was gonna message my partner and see if he's going to get gas after work. He might already be on his way to go get gas, I don't know. Because it's after when he gets out. Who knows? I guess I'll find out. We are at 59 followers. That's insane. There were so many times on this stream and like on our time streaming that I didn't think we'd even get to like 30 followers. And then we made it up to 50, and now we're still climbing past 50. And that's wild to me, like in the best way possible. I'm like so grateful and so excited to see this channel grow over the years since we've been streaming, because it's been years since I started streaming. That's insane. Actually, I will tell you guys how long it's been since I started streaming, because I have the VOD channel. Granted, I set up the VOD channel a few months after I got into streaming, but it's still the same year, so I'll actually go back on the VOD channel and figure out when we started streaming, what year we started streaming. I think it's honestly even been like 4 or 5 years, maybe 4. I don't know. I really want to see now, so I'll have to do that. Oh, I forgot to get us more armor. We're gonna die very easily tonight, I mean. I don't know how much I want to farm mobs when I'm gonna die very easily. I don't want to craft any armor because that takes resources and time. I don't feel like it. Shoot, we ticked off that witch when I didn't want to go after that witch because of the friggin' skeleton near it. She's still wandering towards us. Bow her before she can shoot a potion at us. Why does she keep avoiding my bow shots? I shouldn't be going towards this Enderman because this Enderman will make her, she'll hit the Enderman with a potion or something, and then the Enderman will be angry at me from her aggroing it, type of thing. Because if we get an Enderman, we're definitely dead, and we're almost at level 30 again, so I really don't want to be dead. That's why I was like, I don't even know if I want to farm any mobs right now. Because if I die, I'm going to be kind of ticked, since we're so close to level 30 again. And if we die, we'll be back down to like level 8. There are many witches spawning tonight again. I really want to get fire spots from them, but again, I don't know the timing well enough to trust myself with that idea. I'm super worried that like I'll be waiting for them to drink the fire res potion and they'll throw a potion at me instead. We definitely could benefit from a gunpowder farm at this stage in the game because we're using it for TNT mining so much, but I don't want to. It's so heavy on resources that I really don't want to. We don't even have mending diamond tools for our tools yet, you know? That would be such a difficult thing to undertake, because even with a mending netherite pickaxe, it took most of my pickaxe's durability to get enough deep slate for the build on my world with my partner. So it's resource intensive, and I don't know if I want to deal with that intensive of a resource collect build. I'm gonna shoot this skelly, because I really don't want to deal with skellies tonight, since they can very easily murk me. So when I see one, I kind of have just been shooting it, as you've seen so far. Oh god. That was probably the best aim I've had on a baby zombie this whole gameplay. And that was really good tracking on my part. Oh, that was terrible tracking. For every really good tracking, you have to have a terrible one. That's how it works. You do something really well, and then you do it really terrible. That is life. I used to have that mindset with, like, how life plays out as well, of, like, you'll have some really good times and then everything will go really wrong, which has happened many times to me, so it's like a proven pattern in my brain, which kind of led into, like, a depressive mindset, because I was like, well, everything's gonna go to hell every time that I get excited or happy about things. So I don't know how excited or happy I want to get about anything. Or like I would be, you know, having a good time for like a week, and I'd be like, okay, where's the negative coming? Like, I know it's coming, it has to be coming. So where is it? And it would like be that weird like bracing yourself mentality that gets very difficult to maintain, and it ruins whatever good happiness you could have, because you're just in the back of your head like something's gonna go wrong. But I've been trying to get out of that. Like, I've noticed I've been doing it the last week or so, because I was like, I had a really good time visiting my mom when she came down to visit, and then I was like, I'm excited to go visit her, and I just kind of was in the back of my head like, something's gonna go wrong about visiting her, like my car's gonna break down, or, you know, I'm not gonna be able to pay for the gas, or little stuff like that, even though I wasn't paying for the gas, but like she was trying to get the money to me, and we were struggling and all that, so I was like, we're not going to be able to get the gas, or, you know, something's going to happen to my car on the way there and I won't be able to make it all the way there, or like stuff like that in the back of my head, because I'm like, nothing can be this good, it's going to do something bad. And I'm kind of falling back into that mindset now after the fact, because I'm like, I had the best day I've had in months. I have, you know, a fulfilling friendship with someone again. I have, you know, a lot better of a time right now in my relationship than I have for the past months. I'm supposed to be able to start saving money again, like bills are getting paid, you know, all the things are lining up, and my brain is like, where's the kicker? When's it coming? You know, what's gonna go wrong? It's coming. And I'm like, no, shut up. There's no need to be that way. Because you ironically create the reality when you do stuff like that, because manifesting is definitely a thing, and the law of attraction is definitely a thing, and like what you think about, you attract. So by sitting there thinking that something's gonna go wrong, you're ironically creating something going wrong, because you're literally like making your thoughts turn into a reality, and well, bam, something happens, you know. Like, wow, it happened because I was literally thinking about it for weeks, who would have guessed, type of thing. So I'm trying to be like, nope, stop it. I'm gonna try to breed these turtles. I kind of want to make turtle eggs. I'd have to box in the turtle eggs to keep it from zombies, but that's okay. There's like no seagrass here. Hello? There's so many drowns too, and I'm really scared because I'm pretty sure I saw a couple trident drowns. Alright, we're gonna just grab that mini and get the heck up here. Come on, come on. I saw so many trident drowns down there, I'm scared. Okay, I wanted to let it all float up and then just like swim around and get it, and then go back over to those turtles. If those turtles despawned, I'm gonna be very sad. They probably did though, because this is quite the distance from them. I think they did. Yeah, they did. Damn it, I was like, they both spawned right here, it would have been perfect to breed them. There's one there, but it's just one. And it's swimming off. Oh no, there's more than one. Come back, come back, come back. Come back, guys. I have your favorite food. Come back. Come back. Come back. No. Come over here, buddy. 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 Why is he swimming so far? Buddy. Come on. Why are you swimming so far away? Come here. The both of you. You were over here when you spawned. Come here. I want you to lay eggs. I want turtle eggs. I want scutes to get a turtle helmet. Come on. Come on. Come out. Out of the water. Out of the water. Yes, come here. Breed. One of you at least spawned here, so you have to lay eggs here somewhere. Right? Lay eggs somewhere. Do it. Don't stare at me, I just bred you. Make eggs. So this one's gonna lay the eggs? Question mark? I think this one's gonna lay the eggs. I think I'm gonna make some wood to make a little box around the eggs. Yep, this one's laying eggs. How many are we gonna get? Probably just one. Yeah, just one. No, two, okay. And I'm gonna make the box out from the eggs, because I don't want turtles to be able to get them through the edges, you know? Turtles? I don't want zombies to be able to get them from the edges. But I'm gonna make it like this, where it's like up a bit. And then I'm gonna put torches in here for them. And then I'm gonna do this, and then I need two more. This is Turtle Egg Depot. So, I'm not gonna like light up around it, because I still want to use this as a spawning platform. But I'm gonna do it like that, where it's able to... Hi, turtle. Where it's able to be a little protected from the Zambos. We should probably mine these. We haven't mined these in a while. This was our little vine farm for when I need to decorate the house with vines and stuff. Because I want to decorate it with vines and things. We're doing much better on gunpowder. We have 2, almost 3 stacks right now. Apologies for the sound in the background. My dog is itching herself. Not my dog, my partner's dog. It is Bailey. Bailey, quit it, please. You sound yucky. You sound yucky, and you're gonna pull your fur out. Enough. Enough. You're alright. I said enough. You are alright. Relax. Relax. Good girl. We definitely need to find more iron. That's why I was strip mining, because I was hoping that some of it would find us like iron and gold and stuff. Which we did find some gold, which I will smelt. I know we're not likely to find coal at that level, but I was hoping like iron and gold. Alright, let's check for enchants again. I haven't been checking pickaxes because the only other pickaxe I'll need will be a silk touch one, and silk touch is kind of low on my priorities most of the time when I'm enchanting. Alright, so prop 4 isn't bad, and breaking 3 might be helpful. I think I'll do prop 4. Just plain prop 4, really? That's so dumb. I honestly want to disenchant that. Which to some of you might be a little wasteful, but it's fine. I just want fortune on that shovel. That's the biggest thing I want, because I want, we already have like efficiency and unbreaking that we can put on it. We don't have any mending right now, but we have efficiency and unbreaking we can put on it. And then we just need fortune and mending. And we have fortune 2 as a book, but we need fortune 3. I gotta use the reroll more often, where I just do a level 1 enchant to reroll it. Is that armor over there, or is that like a poisonous potato? I think that's a poisonous potato from our little drowned farm over there. It's not really a drowned farm, but like I'm just calling it a drowned farm because they keep just climbing into it and dying, so they kind of just give us free loot. Not XP, but loot. What? When did our carrots get destroyed? How did our carrots and our potatoes get destroyed? I didn't do that. Frustrating. I just gotta fix this farm as a whole anyways. Wow, I'm smart. I was trying to hoe with the shears because I thought I replaced the shears with the hoe. Okay, let's just farm this for a minute. It's all been well grown for a while. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna save those photos. Sorry, I got distracted because I'm trying to save the photos my brother took for me at the waterfall that we visited. Because my camera sucks. It acts like it doesn't have stabilization anymore. Like it constantly shakes and stays out of focus. And not just shakes, like it weirdly goes back side to side like crazy, which is like annoying. Speaking of Elliot, Elliot liked my post. Hi, welcome, how are you? Today. Nope, I was too early. I'm like trying to check my phone and do this at the same time, and it's not going well for me. Ah! Loud audio, my bad. I didn't realize I had audio on. I was trying to check Instagram stories. Yeah, that's why I don't play ranked games very much, or like shooter games, because they just make me lose my sanity completely. I'm sorry that you're going through that though. Honestly, this game be making me lose my sanity sometimes, like repeatedly dying like we did in the early days when we're finally getting close to level 30 was so frustrating. Yeah, I admire shooter games, and I like that people can get good at them, and I like love watching clips where people are super good at it, but I am not that person. The last time I played a shooter game, okay, the last 2 times I played a shooter game, one of which I played Fortnite, and I played like a chill lobby, and I think I got like 10th, I want to say, in solo. But the main reason I got that was because I was literally hiding the whole time and picking off players that came to find me one by one, and I didn't comprehend the game whatsoever. I feel you there. That's what happened a couple days ago on this. I had just barely made my fully maxed out diamond pick, which was Fortune 3 Efficiency 5 on Breaking 3 and Mending. And then I went into the Nether to look for a fortress, because we still haven't found a fortress, and a skeleton knocked us off a cliff and we died. And then when I died, the pickaxe flew into lava. Yeah, fun times. I was very angry that day. And then every time I was trying to get back to the rest of my stuff that didn't burn, I kept dying to gas and stuff, and I was like, ah! And then right as I was like, it had been like a minute and a half of me trying, and I'm like, the timer is running out. I am going to lose my stuff. It's going to despawn. And my dog goes, hey mom, let me stand in your way when you're sitting on the respawn screen so you can't hit the respawn button for like 20 seconds and waste more of your despawn timer. You're welcome. It was a day that day. I was so frustrated. But yeah, so that was one of the last times I played a shooter game. And then the other time I played a shooter game was when I was like a friggin' middle schooler, and I was best friends with this kid, because his parents were friends with my dad, and we would go like hang out at his house, and dad would hang out with his parents, and him and I would hang out, and like we were super close friends. Like he was at the point where like he used to joke around to like people that had crushes on him and stuff, and like, if you don't know me the way that my birth name, but I'm just gonna say Jax, the way that Jax knows me, then we cannot be compatible. And we never like had any romantic thing. I was not his type, he was not my type, but we were super close, and he tried to introduce me to shooter games and regretted it. He introduced me to Halo. And I think I spent like a third of the match shooting at birds, like NPC birds, because they confused and spooked me, and I was trying to see if I could kill them, because I was like, what are these? Why won't they die? And he was getting like murked by someone across the map and going, get over here, what are you doing? Yeah. He didn't try to play shooter games with me again ever in the next like 3 years that we were friends. Yeah, I'm not the person that can do shooter games. I just can't. Y'all see how bad my aim is with a bow on here. I would not be good with a damn gun. I don't. And they're just so stressful that I'm like, why would I try? I get stressed out at Minecraft sometimes. I don't need to get stressed out at shooter games. Like, nope. Not a good idea. But like I said, I literally love watching people that have clips of it and stuff because it's super cool to watch. And like I probably would be. I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I haven't played it. But yeah, my partner plays COD and stuff, and he's like decent at it. He said he used to be like a lot better, which I believe because he used to dominate lobbies when we used to like FaceTime when we were first dating. But he didn't play for like 8 to 10 months because he moved in here and he wasn't like setting up his PlayStation because he was busy trying to work and get settled in and all that. So he stopped playing for so long that he kind of like lost his edge in playing a lot. So now he's like rebuilding it back up, but he doesn't play it as much as he used to, so it's only like building up super slow. But anyways, he plays COD and stuff, and he loves to play it. And I mean, loves is a vague term because he likes the game, but he gets very frustrated at it, obviously. But he plays it a lot, and I usually like just like sitting on the couch watching him play. I'll be like, oh, I'll just read while you play, it's fine, but then I end up just staring at the screen watching him play anyways. So yeah. But yeah, I have heard of Stardew Valley. I definitely want a Nintendo Switch. It's like the next gaming console I would really like to get, because I have a PS4, so I definitely don't think I need a PS5 anytime soon. If it comes my way, it's fine, but I'm not going to go out of my way to get a PS5. And because I haven't, interesting little fact, I have never bought a gaming console for myself in my life. Granted, I'm only 22 turning 23, so it's not that long that I've lived as an adult to want to buy my own gaming consoles. But growing up, my mom always bought it for us as kids, and then my dad would let me use ones that were like hand-me-downs from the household, because my nana used to collect like every gaming console she could as they were coming out. She has probably like a PS1 still sitting around in the house somewhere. She has a PS2 plugged into her bedroom still. There was like a PS3 that was my dad's, and then my dad got a PS4, like all that sort of stuff. And she had like so many Sony games and Sega games and stuff. I used to play on a Dreamcast. I can't remember. It's Sony Dreamcast? I think it's a Sony Dreamcast is what it is. I'm having a hard time remembering. It's been a long time since I used it. I used to play like Qbert and stuff on it that I would use and stuff like that. But then I moved out and I had a PS3 that I was gifted from my mom. It was the PS3 that used to be the family one when I lived with them, but my little brother kept like jailbreaking it and stuff, so it was super tired and old. But then they got another PS3, so mom was like, well, we don't need this one, and it'll be like a little gift for you for moving out and all that. So she just gifted it to me, and yeah, that was like my first gaming console for outside of the house. And then I was playing the PS3 fine. I didn't have any problems with it. My ex at the time had a PS4, so if I wanted to play an updated game console, I would just play on his PS4. And then I was just doing it that way. And then like one Christmas, I was like unpackaging presents, and my uncle had got me presents, which he hasn't done in a while because he's not like super heavy on getting expensive gifts and stuff for holidays. And I was like really excited, and I opened up the controllers first, and I was like, oh, no kidding, we have PS4 controllers, so now we can have more than one controller to play multiplayer on your PlayStation, like telling my partner that at the time. And he was like, oh, cool. And my uncle was like, what? Because he's like, I thought you didn't have a PS4. But then he like kept his mouth shut, and he was just processing that because he's not going to give away what he got me. And then I opened, and it was a PS4, and I was like, oh, no kidding, that's awesome, now I have my own PS4. And I was like so excited. And he was like, I was worried you had a PS4 because you just were talking about one. I'm like, no, it's his, so it's not one that I have specific access to all the time. Like, I just play it once in a while. So I'm like super grateful for it. And he was like, oh, cool. And him and I were gonna start playing games together because he plays like zombie games and stuff, and he's like, I have a headset and I play games with people, so we should play games together. And then we never did. I was actually just talking to him about that a couple months ago. I'm like, you said you were gonna play games with me and we never did. But yeah, yeah, so that's how I got my PS4 now. So I have a PS4 and a PS3. I very much so want to get myself a Nintendo Switch. I think that would be the gaming console I would buy myself, because I've never really been an Xbox person. My dad had an Xbox 360 when I was a kid, and that's like the extent of Xbox that I used. And like I said, I think I used Xbox for Halo when I was hanging out with my friend of the time back then. But I haven't I haven't used an Xbox very rarely, if ever, so I don't really think I'd ever invest into an Xbox. And then I would love to get a hold of a Wii again, or what is it, the one that has the screen like a Nintendo Switch, Wii Plus? Wii something? Wii U, isn't it? Yeah, Wii U, I think. We had one of those in my house before I moved out, because my brother's father had brought it from his house, and that was really fun, because that's like the similar concept to the Switch, where you can just play it on the little handheld screen instead of having to have it on the TV. So I would just curl up on like this corner of the couch and play Minecraft on it while like my brothers were watching TV on the TV screen. And I loved that concept, not have to like be in front of a TV screen to use it. But I actually, if I got anything Wii, would probably get an original Wii, because I miss the original Wiis. Yeah, that's interesting. I definitely, I've seen a lot of people that are super like Xbox people and have mainly had Xboxes. My partner right now, he was kind of both. He had like either one growing up. Like I think he had an Xbox basically. He had split households like me, so I think he had like a Xbox at one household growing up and a PlayStation at the other household growing up. So he like kind of interchanges, but he's got a PS5 now. I think he still has an Xbox somewhere. I don't know, but he doesn't use it. PS2s are super cool. I still play it once in a while at my Nana's, because like I said, it's still hooked up to her TV, so once in a while me and Dad will play like old Mario games on it. But I love it. I loved GameCubes, honestly. They were so glitchy, but they were awesome. I loved them. GameCubes were awesome. We had one when I was younger with my brothers, and we used to play Spyro and stuff on it all the time, and get soft locked, because there was like a certain point in the Spyro levels where you literally I could never figure out what to do, and that was before the days where like now you could just Google, you know, what do I do at this point of this game, and you'll get like a million results and YouTube videos of helping you out through it. There wasn't that at that time. The internet existed, but it wasn't super heavy on explaining things like that. There wasn't, you know, hundreds of people that are explaining a game all the time. So I just like never figured it out, and then we ended up, I think, losing that GameCube when we moved one of the times. PSPs, I forgot about those. Oh my god, I used to love those. My dad had one. He had a little PSP, and I think he still has it somewhere. He had a little PSP, and I was obsessed with it. You know how like some kids had like the little movie screens to bring on the car for long car rides? I had a PSP. That was my thing. And then later on I had a DS, but like PSP was the thing. I would beg my dad to bring it on long car rides so I could play it, and I would love it so much. And then it turned into me getting a DS eventually, and then a 3DS eventually. I still have my 3DS somewhere. I told my partner when I dug up my 3DS, I was like, honestly, I miss playing it, I want to charge it, but I know if I charge it, I will get absolutely nothing done ever again, because I will be glued to that thing, because I have like Nintendogs and like Plants vs. Zombies and the old Sims games. Oh my god, I would spend hours on that thing. I would not move from the couch for the rest of eternity. So I don't want to get into it again. It's too addicting. But I definitely want to get an old school Wii again, because I grew up with that and I miss it. I miss Just Dance and Wii Fit and all those type of games. Wii Fit actually helped me a lot as a kid to like stay decently in shape. I've always been an overweight kid, but to stay a little bit more in shape and like work on my balance, because I've had really notorious issues with balance and coordination being autistic. So it helped me a lot with working on that genuinely, and stuff like that. And I love Just Dance. I used to play the hell out of songs until I was so sick of them, because I was trying to like perfect it completely. And I miss it. I think my mom still has the old Wii, so maybe I'll get it out of her sometime. because I think it just sits in storage at this point. But she's a little sentimental to the Wii like I am, because we spent so many years playing it. So the last time I asked her, she was like, but it's my Wii, I want to play that eventually. But eventually hasn't come yet, so maybe she'll let go of it sometime. She knows I'm not going to sell it or anything either, so she knows if she gives it to me or if I buy it off her, it's not going to go anywhere. But I would love to have a Wii again, but I think if I buy something, it would probably be a Nintendo Switch, honestly. I've seen like the Steam Deck and stuff, which look really interesting because I do like Steam games, and I can't use them on my PC because my PC is a little too slow for it. My PC is super old. My mom's partner just, well, I guess her ex now, just upgraded it like last year, a few months ago or something like that for me, because he builds PCs all the time. And I was so bad on voice crack. I was so bad on memory in it that like I couldn't open anything because it would say not enough memory. So he upgraded the memory, and then because he upgraded the memory, he also went in and upgraded my RAM and my processing and stuff. I'm not super knowledgeable on PC parts, I'm gonna be honest there. So like he upgraded a few different things because my processing was super slow once he upgraded the space, and I was like, this isn't even running like Google Chrome right now. And then it was also glitching out because it was still running like Windows 7 or Windows 8. And it was like, you can't use Chrome because you don't have an updated Windows. So I ended up giving it back to him, and he upgraded some more stuff for me, and now it functions pretty well, especially for just like my work. And I think I played a little Roblox on it, and that sort of works and stuff like that. But I haven't played much else. Like, it's definitely not fast enough to do very well on like server playing when I play Minecraft and stuff like that. And even Roblox gets pretty laggy on certain games, so I don't think I have the processing ability to play Steam games. I miss Spore so much. I want to get Spore so bad. So I feel like a Steam Deck might be an investment I make sometime, because like I don't have a PC that can do it, so it would be cool to have like a little handheld way to do it. But I don't know, I've seen a lot of issues with them, and I've seen a lot of like people saying that it's not really worth the cost that you invest into it unless you're like a diehard Steam game person, which I kind of am. But I don't know, like at least with, you know, PlayStation and Nintendo and stuff, you're investing into something that has a super wide range of games, and while Steam does have a decently wide range of games, it's very limited down to what is available on their stuff. So I don't know if it'd be worth the investment for me. Someday if I had enough money it probably would be, but being that I barely get by on bills right now, it's not something I would save up for. I'd save up for a Switch long before that. I feel you there. It definitely takes a lot of energy and effort to go and actually, you know, see a doctor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Everyone has different needs. I would recommend, if you ever do, I would recommend going through a psychologist, because counselors don't really do that much as far as diagnostics and actually helping you through things. They're kind of just there to do that, counsel. They're not there to, you know, really work with a lot of mental illness and mental health stuff, at least the specifics and nuances of it. They're the most readily available for sure, but they definitely aren't as knowledgeable of what they're doing and how to help. I've had many counselors tell me they're not qualified to help me before, so is my partner, and it's kind of discouraging, you know, spend all that time getting into someone just to have them say, well, I can't actually help you with that, but I'll help you with this, you know. So I would definitely recommend a psychologist to start. Unless you're specifically looking to get medicated, then I go through a psychiatrist. Psychiatrists, literally, their only purpose is to medicate you. Psychiatrists are typically who can diagnose better than psychologists. Psychologists can diagnose, but a lot of them aren't specialized in certain like areas. For example, that's why I have a lot of issues with my autism, because to get diagnosed with autism, you have to go to an autism specialist. Most autism specialists are only specializing in children, not in adults, and most autism specialists are separate from insurance companies, so they don't take insurances, so they get expensive. But yeah, so generally a psychiatrist will do intense diagnostic processes and or prescribe you meds. The problem with psychiatrists is going to them for diagnostics is really expensive, but their first option for you is always, here's some medication recommendations, and if you're not someone that really wants to get into meds, it's kind of pushy and annoying. but it depends on who you get, because I mean, I really like the psychiatrist. It takes a lot of trial and error, and that's why a lot of people don't get into it soon enough, because it takes a lot of trial and error to find like a therapist or psychologist that really works for you. Excuse me, God. It takes a lot of trial and error to get someone that works well for you, and it takes a lot of trial and error to get a psychiatrist that works well for you. And you know, if you're in a small area that doesn't have a lot of them, it takes a lot of time. I've grown up with that. I've been through probably 5 or 6 counselors, 2 or 3 therapists / psychologists. Therapist is usually just the common name for psychologists, and then 3 psychiatrists now. And it took that long for me to find a place that works really well for me, and the place that I found is about an hour and a half drive away from me. Luckily, they do telehealth, so I don't have to drive an hour and a half one way every time I need to see them, which works out good because I'm seeing a therapist every 2 weeks, and I see my psychiatrist every month or 2. I went the medication route, because with how much I'm dealing with, medication just helps a lot to basically be a tool. So I'm going to go on a rant, and I apologize. I'm still already ranting right now, but in my opinion, which is totally fine, everyone has their own opinion. In my opinion, I'm not a medication person. I won't even really take Tylenol for being in pain. I'd rather just get through it, or use like caffeine, because caffeine helps with my migraine pain and stuff like that, or use, you know, my natural treatments. Like I have an electrode treatment for migraines, or, you know, hot and cold packs and stuff like that. I prefer to not take medication. However, there are cases where I have to, like I have to be on birth control to not get pregnant, and I did end up thinking that I had to for medication for my mental health, because I was dealing with a lot of symptoms all at once, and when you're dealing with that many symptoms and that debilitating of symptoms, it's hard to use therapy in the way that it's supposed to and work through it and find coping skills. I wasn't able to think about coping with it when it was all overwhelming me. Specifically my mood instability and my anger issues from my borderline personality disorder. So I was like, I want to get these specific things under control for now, so that I can work through therapy and figure out how to control them myself without medication. And I don't want anything else. I don't care that you diagnose me with X, Y, and Z other things. I don't want any other meds. Like, for example, I'm diagnosed with ADHD. I don't want stimulants again. I went through stimulants by being on Adderall, and that was a nightmare. It made my brain function very well, but Adderall is very addictive to your body, and when I missed one pill, I was literally sleeping for 20 hours straight and could not get off my couch. So I'm not going through that again, because I forget pills. It happens. So I made that very clear with my psychiatrist very early, and luckily she was very receptive to that, and she's like, we'll only talk about what you want. If you don't even want any of these meds that I suggest, you don't have to. We can just put you on just the therapy route, but this is what you're diagnosed with, and, you know, this is what we would recommend, and if you want to research them on your own, you can. And then I ended up like researching them on my own some, and she talked me through a lot of, you know, the side effects and the ways that it would affect me and all that, and they put me on 2 meds initially, and then I've already been taken off of 1, and the other one's been upped. So yeah, I feel you there. I was super apprehensive about medicines for that exact reason too, like from the experience I had with Adderall and the experience I've had with antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds, which was the other reason I said you should go through specifically like a psychologist or psychiatrist, because just going to your doctor never works. Doctors, like primary care physicians, are only authorized to deal with like very surface level depression and anxiety. That's it. They can diagnose you with that if they feel like you have it, and they can help you with treating it. But they're not very knowledgeable on the full range of medications for it. They're not very knowledgeable on what will and won't work, because, for example, if you have depression and you're going to be put on an antidepressant, they also have to consider the other things going on in your brain. So if you have depression and you're being put on an antidepressant, but you have mood instability like I have from borderline personality disorder, it's not going to help with all of your things that are going on, and it'll usually worsen the things it doesn't treat, or it just won't treat you as well because of other things going on. And just going to the doctor doesn't help with that, because they're not looking into all of that at once. They're not, comprehensively looking at what's going on in your brain. They're just like, hey, it kind of sounds like you have depression. Here's this. Which is what happened when I was like, oh God, I was like 13 or 14. I was explaining to my doctor what I was going through, and he's like, it sounds like you have depression and anxiety. And I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. And he's like, well, let's put you on a med for that. And it was a nightmare. It did not help at all. I went through like 2 or 3 different antidepressants. None of them helped, and I was just miserable. And I was like, I'm never doing that again, which is why I told my psychiatrist that I had before that I'm not doing meds. I don't care what you tell me. Versus at the point that I went to get help through this company that I am with, I was like, I need help, and if that means medication for a while, then I'm more open to it, because I'm not doing well. I was very suicidal. I was very struggling with my anger. I was struggling with instability. It was ruining my relationship. It was ruining my mental health. It was ruining my physical health. I was not functioning to the way that I needed to function, and I was going on a very, very fast, very bad downhill slope. And I was like, I need help. I'm more open to what you're going to say, because I'm not here to just say, like, I won't do that. If it's going to help me, it's going to help me. But luckily, like I said, she was very, very kind and very open to kind of thinking on that end of things. Like, you're not very open to meds, so let's talk about, all the options and all the side effects and what we would be doing for dosages and what we would be doing for, like, a long-term plan. So, yeah, I'm on, I'm on a medicine called lamotrigine. It's a mood stabilizer. It's also used in anti-seizures and a bunch of other stuff. It's usually used for people with bipolar disorder, but given that borderline personality disorder has so much overlap symptoms-wise with bipolar, it's usually used for BPD as well. And I am up to about 100 milligrams a day. She started me off on like 10, and we've just been kind of slowly increasing it, and then 100 seemed to be a pretty good stable point for me, where I wasn't having as many issues with my instability and my anger, and we kind of just stayed there, and I've been on that for a few months now at that level. I'm definitely hoping to get off it or wean off of it very, very soon, because I've been in therapy the whole time. I went from 1 week in between appointments to 2 weeks now, and I've been working through learning DBT skills and other coping mechanisms and all that sort of stuff, and it's definitely helped a lot, and I think I have a lot more skills and tools in my toolbox to be able to handle the instability and the anger. So I'd kind of like to start weaning off of it and seeing how I function, because like I said, I'm not the type of person that really wants to be on meds for the rest of my life. Even birth control I really don't want to be on, but like I said, I kind of need it for obviously the not getting pregnant aspect, and for other health and hormonal issues in my body. So I don't know. I'm a huge advocate for therapy and psychologists for sure. I honestly think you shouldn't have to go through something bad to want to go to therapy, but if you have, you should. Because especially if you find a good therapist, it can be literally a lifesaver. My therapist has helped me through so much, and she's really awesome, and I would definitely recommend looking into it. But I also know, there's issues with people having to pay for stuff and issues with insurances and all that, so I'm not going to be like, oh my god, you have to. But I do hope whatever choice that you make, I hope that it helps, and I hope that you can continue to function and learn about your brain. I'm obsessed with psychology. I love learning about people's brains, so it's always a fun time. Like, being able to go through the diagnostic process was super fascinating for me. I'm going to sound like a bit of a mess, but I will explain my diagnoses, because why not? I am diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, ADHD, depression, and anxiety. Technically not depression, it's dysthymia, which is a pervasive depression that's typically characterized by resistance to common treatments, like common antidepressants and stuff like that. ADHD, I don't know if I already said that. Borderline personality disorder, which I've already mentioned. And autism. And I think that's everything. I'm a little overdiagnosed. A lot of people are like, how do you even have that many diagnoses? I'm like, well, because I have a lot of childhood trauma and my brain is broken. It's not actually broken, but I just say that my brain is broken because it's easier that way. So, yeah, that's the gist of what I be going through. And a lot of that is, you know, easily medicated, but it's not something I like to pursue, so a lot of it I just kind of exist with, and this sucks. A lot of it I just kind of exist with and try to learn and cope with over time. I don't know, that's been a long time coming to learn a lot of that. It's taken many years and many therapists and psychologists and everything else. I feel you there. The mentally ill as hell is definitely, I feel you there. Yeah, I love mental health and psychology and stuff. It's just absolutely fascinating to me. I don't know why. It's always been something that I super fixate on. So like being able to learn through a therapist about like DBT skills and learn all these diagnoses that I'm dealing with and all this has been absolutely fascinating, and I love it. Like, it was not great to be like, hey, you have all these things wrong with you, but it's also like, hey, you can learn all these things. So that was a really good enchant. I'm proud of that. Okay. I'm happy with that. So yeah. Just things. Brain things. I think we can actually finish our axe now, besides mending. Because what do we need? We need efficiency 4 and unbreaking. Do we have that? Right here. Does it put knockback on an axe? I guess we'll see. I don't like knockback. And then I would just need mending, which I don't have right now. Sick. Yeah, I actually, that's one of the things I absolutely adore about streaming, is I found a lot of really cool people that have similar mindsets to me, and it's really fun to just chill and chat with y'all. So I love that you're like, you're super similar to me. That's awesome. Yes, it doesn't put knockback. Good. Alright, so then we just need mending on that. So once that iron axe breaks, we've got a diamond axe. Sick, we did it. We're slowly piecing things together. I'm just fishing like crazy to try to get mending books, honestly. And I'm just enjoying chatting, so it's easier to just fish so I don't have to focus too much on the game while I'm talking. Yeah, I feel you there on the, like, mentally ill as hell. I don't swear on stream, but I swear like a sailor in real life, so... and I don't count hell as a swear. If y'all count hell as a swear, then whatever, but I don't believe in hell, so... I believe in hell to an extent, but I don't believe it's a swear, so... Yeah, I've been researching a long time. I honestly was the one that went to my therapist and my psychiatrist that I have saying, like, I feel like I have these things, so I would like to be tested for these things. And if you find anything else, that's cool, but you better pay attention to these. Hence the autism issue that I've been dealing with, and why I've been through so many goddamn psychiatrists. Because, again, autism specialists are not very common around here. And most of them specialize in children, and children present very differently than adults when it comes to autism, because children haven't been taught to mask. Adults have spent their entire lifetime masking, so it's hard to unmask enough for a professional to tell whether you have autism or not, and it's also hard to dissect, you know, the autism traits from other mental illnesses and mental traits. So... you know, because, like, for example, borderline personality disorder and autism mimic each other very heavily, and they have a very heavy rate of comorbidity, which I assume you know what that means, but just to clarify for anyone listening that's not you, comorbidity is just that they're two different diagnoses, or more than two diagnoses that tend to go hand in hand a lot of times in most cases that they find, which for a long time people thought that meant that BPD and autism were being mistaken for each other, which of course has happened, but it also isn't the case in a lot of situations. In a lot of situations, they are causing each other, because autism isn't caused by anything, you're born with it. I hate the lovely stigma that's like, it's from vaccines, it's from this diet, it's from that. No, you're born with it. You're usually born with it from hereditary means, but there are cases where you're born with it from how you developed in the womb. So there's that. It's not a developmental disorder. It exists since you're born. And the problem is, which isn't a big problem, but the reason that they end up hand in hand so often is you unlocked a whole rant. So I apologize that you have to listen to this, but I feel you there. I'm heavy on masking. I was actually talking about that earlier, that I'm really heavy I'm really intense on masking and like presenting differently for different situations. But autism you are born with. The thing is that when you're born with autism, you are often subjected to a lot of trauma, because there is a lot of trauma in being autistic in a world that was not made for autistic people, whether that be being mistreated by people or by family members because of the way that you respond to things, the way that you have, meltdowns and overstimulation and issues with connecting and all these things, which aren't always the case. I mean, there's definitely the opposites. Like, a lot of people assume that people with autism can't have empathy, but there are actually examples of autism where people are hyper empathetic instead of hypo empathetic. So there's nuances to it, but like, all these symptoms present in ways that make it difficult for you to exist as a human being and difficult for other people to deal with you. And when people don't like dealing with you, they are very cruel. So a lot of autistic children are presented with a lot of trauma growing up. And borderline, that's where borderline comes in. Borderline personality disorder is most oftenly formed when you are a child. It can be formed later on in life, but it's most often formed from childhood, because that's when your brain is developing. Just like a lot of other similar category personality disorders, they're usually developed when you're very young, when your brain is first starting to grasp itself. So, like narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, multiple personality disorder, which I think is called a different name now, stuff like that, they're usually developed very young, especially split personality or multiple personality. It's usually very early development, but borderline is usually developed very early, and it's most commonly developed early from trauma, trauma causing issues with your body to figure out, the main symptoms of borderline being emotional dysregulation, issues with sense of self, issues with suicidal ideation and self-harm, issues with impulsivity, all those sort of things, which all have to do with your frontal cortex for the most part. So when you're developing and something happens to affect your frontal cortex, which is most often trauma, you develop borderline. See where I'm going here? You are born with autism, autism leads to trauma, trauma leads to borderline, it's not always that you get borderline personality disorder if you have trauma. Sometimes you just end up with PTSD and stuff like that, or entire different categories like other personality disorders. I'm sorry, that's not something to laugh at, but I feel you there. That was my attitude about it when I was learning about all this. Yeah, that was basically what I said when I was learning about all of this. So yeah, I had a lot of childhood trauma from the autistic side of things and from just the life that I grew up in. So it developed into borderline personality disorder for me. And a lot of people are realizing that, as far as in research. They're figuring out that there is a lot of cases where trauma disorders are commonly paired with people that have autism, because most people experience trauma by being autistic, just because life is not made for autistic people. Life isn't not made for autistic people. Society isn't made for autistic people. There's not much support for us. Most parents don't know much about it to be able to cope with it and cater to it, all that sort of stuff. Which kind of leads into the topic of how I discovered my autism, which is where I was starting. So I was not diagnosed as a child like most people are. Most people are diagnosed as children, although most assigned female at birth individuals are not diagnosed with it as children, because it's usually misread for issues like social anxiety or depression, or she's just not good at connecting, or stuff like that. She's just sensitive. people for some reason don't recognize autism traits in females as much because they show up differently than male traits, especially if you're either high masking or low support needs, or both. For example, if you can speak and you can function generally, they're like, you can't be autistic. So yeah, I wasn't diagnosed as a child because I didn't show symptoms the same way that my little brother did, who was diagnosed very young. And then when my little brother was diagnosed very young, my mom worked very hard to learn how to work the world and our world and how we operate to his needs. For example, we would schedule things out a lot, have a very, very strong routine in the household. We would have, a lot of same foods in the household and safe foods in the household because that was what he ate. And also a lot of variety sometimes because he was the one of us that also ate a lot of variety of foods. But anyways, we would have a lot of same foods, a lot of safe foods, because that was easier for him to eat and keep him eating. We would have a lot of... I actually do have to check my phone real quick. I will continue that topic in a second because my partner did answer me and I didn't check that. Shoot. Okay. Sorry, I realized I didn't answer my partner and I'm trying to figure out when he's coming home. So yeah, I didn't present the same way that my little brother did, and my little brother being diagnosed meant that my mom learned a lot about autism and how to cater to its needs very quickly. So growing up and developing in a household that was very autism friendly meant that a lot of my symptoms of autism and a lot of my burnout and meltdowns didn't exist. Fast forward to becoming an adult and also a late teenager and not having to adhere to those routines and rules as much because my mom kind of was just like, hey, if you're living under my house, just be respectful, otherwise you can do what you want. And being a teenager, I was like, cool, and I took advantage of that, and I would, go out more. I got my driver's license and I would drive more, which is overstimulating and not a fun thing. Like all these things that were, very overstimulating and not routine and not what you need when you're autistic. And I started burning out. I started having meltdowns. At the time, I just thought I was freaking out and going crazy when I had meltdowns. And I started having a lot of issues with, interpersonal connections. I started having a lot of issues with eye contact. I already had issues with eye contact as a kid, but it was never really... No one ever really cared because no one in my household did. Fun fact, all of us ended up being autistic, so, who would have guessed? My mom realized that very later on because I was like, hey mom, by the way, autism is usually hereditary, and if all three of us that came from you are autistic, what are the chances that you are autistic? And then, she also noticed a lot of the traits in herself over time, and she was like, oh, well, crap. But yeah, so when I got into adulthood in late teenager years, I started having a lot of the symptoms a lot worse because I did not realize that the schedule and life that we had to be catered to autism was helping me. It was just what I was used to. And I had a whole long mess of discovery where I was like, I'm going crazy. No, I'm not going crazy. Oh, I have this. No, it can't be that. And I'm going to, psychologists and going to psychiatrists, and they're just saying, oh, there's not that much wrong with you. You're fine. And then one of my psychologists, my therapist, was like, have you ever looked at autism? And I was like, well, no. I mean, my little brother's autistic, and I have a lot of things in common with him. And I've had a lot of things that I've seen about autism in AFAB people that I've really heavily related to, but I've never looked into it, and the psychiatrists have never thought to look into it. And she's like, I think we should look into autism. So she obviously wasn't a specialist, so she couldn't specifically diagnose me, but she would print out things that were the diagnostic criteria or traits of autism, and we'd talk through it, and she'd be like, have you ever, experienced this, or what are examples of you experiencing this? And it just all started adding up a little too much. A lot too much. The problem is that I was expressing with BPD and autism is they are mistaken for each other sometimes when they're not comorbid, because a lot of the outward presenting symptoms can be very similar. For example, emotional instability can show up in both autistic people and people with borderline. Emotional instability is an actual core trait of borderline, whereas it isn't in autism. However, it depends on where that emotional instability is coming from as to the nuances of what it might be from. I have it from both, unfortunately. But for example, if you only had one, if you only had borderline, the instability wouldn't be caused by many things. It could be caused by things, but it also would just exist. For example, you would just go from one emotion to the next throughout a regular day without any reason to, and it wouldn't make much sense logically. Whereas in autism, you could be going from one emotion to the next quite frequently or quite rapidly, but it's usually triggered by something, whether that be overstimulation, having to deal with people, issues with socializing, miscommunications, those sort of things causing those issues, so, and when you're looking at it from an outside perspective, or even from an inside perspective, and you don't know those nuances, it's hard to pinpoint it. If you only have one or the other, it's hard to express, you're like, I'm having all these emotions, and it's hard to pinpoint why. For me, because I have both, it happens for either reason. My instability more so comes from my borderline than my autism. I definitely get very unstable when I'm overstimulated or burnt out, but even when I'm not, I will literally have mood switches for no reason at all. Not as much anymore being on a mood stabilizer med, but I could literally just breathe and suddenly I'm depressed, and then, an hour later I'm elated and hypomanic, and stuff like that. But it's hard to I feel you there. But yeah, that's kind of how I discovered the autism end of things. Was one of my therapists was finally like, hey, let's look into that. And then I started going into it more deeply, of looking into the actual diagnostic testing that they do, like the RADS-R and a few other diagnostic tests that they typically use when psychiatrists are diagnosing you. I believe the RADS is the one where it's supposed to be taken by you, but also taken by the people that grew up with you, like your parents, in thinking about you. And when I was doing all that, upon the advice of my therapist, which a lot of people also do just on their own, which I'm going to get in a lot of trouble here, but I strongly believe in self-diagnosis. I don't believe in, obviously, you using self-diagnosis to be like, I need this medication and going outside of a doctor to get said medication. That's just wrong. But I believe in self-diagnosis in that you know what's going on in your brain. Granted, there are issues with it in that people can tunnel too hard on one thing and not notice other things. For example, I could tunnel too hard on autism and never realize that I had a trauma disorder like borderline. Stuff like that. A lot of people can tunnel too hard on one thing and never notice that it could be other things, because plenty of mental health diagnoses have overlap and a lot of nuances to them that sometimes only psychiatrists will understand or think of, because they're unbiased, whereas you're very biased. You live in your brain, you're gonna, think you know what's going on, and sometimes you don't. But I also believe that in the same flip of the coin, you know a lot more about your own brain and what you're going through than a psychiatrist that has never lived in it can. So you know the nuances a little bit more, you know why you're going through things, you know what happens on a day-to-day basis that you can never explain to a psychiatrist in just an hour-long appointment. That being said, again, I don't believe in using it to go above and beyond, but I do believe it's an insanely helpful tool, and doing the right research can help you a lot. I ended up on my self-diagnosis travel for autism because of a little push from a therapist, but then I went down the self-diagnosis path of, going through all the testing, looking through all the requirements, doing all the things at home on my own to figure out whether or not I could have this. And by the end of that over a year-long process, I was like, I am consistently scoring well in the autism range. My therapist thinks that I would have it, my parents think that I would have it, all this stuff. Okay, I'm autistic. However, I'm not I didn't go around like, oh my god, I'm autistic. There are plenty of people that do, that are perfectly, you know, it's their life, they can do what they want. It's not hurting anyone to say you're autistic unless you're actively spreading misinformation. But anyways, so I went through that whole process, and then because of that whole process, I was able to start looking for autism specialists and going through the process of trying to get professionally diagnosed. So that's where I think self-diagnosis is helpful, because it helps you know what to ask or talk about when you do get into a psychiatrist, rather than just telling them, I don't know what's wrong with me, I need help. It's perfectly valid to just say that, but you don't get answers as effectively because they have to go through the entire diagnostic process and trial and error and all this. So knowing that I suspected autism and borderline personality disorder, I was able to go into psychiatrists saying, hey, I definitely need to look into these two. You can look into anything else you want, but these two are definitely something that I need to know whether I have or not. And by being upfront about that, it helped me figure it out faster, I guess. It took a while, because autism specialists are not fun, but anyways, eventually I was diagnosed. My therapist now has a very strong point as well. She said, honestly, if you are someone that suspects you have something like autism or something like borderline personality disorder that's so off the beaten path and people don't often talk about very, very openly, there's a high chance that you do have it, because, you know, normal people that don't have those things don't go, hey, I think I'm this. Neurotypical people don't go, hey, I think I have this major issue right now. They just exist. So that's kind of her point in things. And then she also said the fact that, you know, if you go to the point of looking into traits and learning that you would align with so many traits and stuff, she's like, why not look into it? Why not, you know, talk about it? Why not see someone for it? Stuff like that. So there's a lot of topics that I've learned from my therapist that have been really interesting. I was thrown back by that when she first mentioned it. She's like, if you even suspect you're autistic, there's a decent chance you might be, because no one just that's normal, quote unquote normal, just goes, hey, I think I'm autistic. You know, it doesn't work that way. So I was like, oh, really? that's a thing, huh? She's like, yeah, Jax, like, most people that are neurotypical wouldn't just randomly think on a Tuesday, hey, I might be autistic. But, yeah, she's awesome. Anyways, rant aside, I've done a lot of research and a lot of time looking into mental health stuff. What I would recommend is, if you do suspect something, I would look into it, do the research, not only think you may have that thing, but I think educating you on it at the very least can help you learn how to cope with it. You know, if you're dealing with emotional instability, whether it be from autism or from borderline, learning about either of the above can teach you coping skills to help with that emotional instability. And in itself, you're learning how to help yourself in a way that's healthy, in a way that's helping you when you can't get a diagnosis. You know, you don't have to say, I have this, to learn how to work through it and work with it. That would be my advice as a starting point. Because I know I've mostly been babbling and not really giving any advice, and I don't know if you need advice, and take it with a grain of salt, because I am some random 22-year-old stranger on the internet. I'm not a licensed psychiatrist. I'm not an expert in anything besides maybe brain rot. But that would be my biggest suggestion, because that's what helped me before I was diagnosed. Was I wasn't using autism as a label to label myself to others. I was using autism as, hey, I think I have this, and then researching how other people cope with it and how to, you know, avoid overstimulation, how micro routines can help more than macro routines. Okay, I feel that's fair. But, you know, it helps to learn about it, at the very least, to help you live life a little easier. Because even if it doesn't go anywhere as far as a professional diagnosis, at the very least you learn how to help yourself, you know, and learning how to help yourself is immensely powerful. I think that was what kept me from absolutely losing my sanity when I was suspecting autism before I was diagnosed, was I was learning a lot about, hi, welcome, we're talking about a lot of mental health. I used to do this actually very often on stream. I used to do a thing called Mental Health Mondays, where I would stream on Mondays, and I would specifically talk about mental health. The chat was open for people to rant, the chat was open for people to vent. We would talk about trauma, we would talk about mental health diagnostics, we would talk about all of the things like this for like hours, and it was really fun. But I haven't streamed on Mondays very often, so I haven't brought it back up. And now I just talk about it whenever. But yeah, like that was what helped me a lot with the autism suspect and the borderline suspect, was I was like, this is a symptom I'm dealing with a lot, or this is, you know, a diagnostic criteria I'm dealing with a lot. How can I help this? And you can learn a lot from the online world. There's a lot of information at our fingertips these days that can help us learn about ourselves and learn about coping with things that we wouldn't necessarily be able to figure out on our own. I think I've also learned a lot from things like DBT, and you can learn things like DBT on your own. You don't have to have a therapist. There are literal books out there that'll help you run through exercises on different things. You know, there's a lot of things you can learn without ever having to step foot into a psychologist's office if you never want to go that route. So that would probably be my biggest advice, because it doesn't hurt anyone to learn how to help your brain. It'll just help make your life a little easier. I don't think I want to join an SMP right now, but that sounds interesting. I hope it goes well. I'm not a very good social person, so I don't really join multiplayer stuff, and I don't have PlayStation Plus, so I can't really join any multiplayer things right now. I do have to check my phone because my partner answered me again, and I don't know if that was him saying he was coming home. Okay, it wasn't him saying he's coming home. He'll probably call me when he's coming home, honestly. He usually does. Okay, so yeah, that would be my advice. That's kind of the gist of all of it. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot of information out there, and I think a lot of people can learn a lot. It helps to understand your brain, whether you're dealing with a lot of stuff or a little of stuff. Coping skills and coping mechanisms can benefit literally anyone that deals with life in general, so what is it gonna hurt? I don't know. I mean, there are people... Of course, you're welcome. I don't mind at all. I love talking about it, so it was fun. It gave me something to occupy the time with while we stream, so thank you for giving me a topic to rant about, because it helps pass by time and it helps keep me going, because otherwise I just kind of stare at the screen like, I don't know what to talk about right now. So, thank you. And I'm glad that you can chill in here and talk about stuff like that. You know, I like being an open place for people to discuss things that they want to discuss, whether it's mental health or random tidbits or topics that they like or the game that I'm playing. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know, I like topics like that. I definitely enjoy researching psychology. There's a lot to learn, though. No one can ever know the full expanse of everything. I'm kind of the mentality where I love to learn new things and continue to expand my mental capacity, because otherwise, what are you doing really with your time? So, yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. Everyone definitely takes their own time in life and learns things when they need to. I was actually talking to my mom about that, about the autism end of things, and like how a lot of me wishes that I was diagnosed young, but I think if I was diagnosed young, I still would have gone through a similar experience to what I experienced as an adult, because, you know, being diagnosed young would have given me the answers sooner, but I think even if I knew the answers sooner, at best, what I would have tried to do was continue the same schedule and routine and restrictions and life that was made for me by my mom to cater to my brother, which still wouldn't have worked for me long term whether I implemented it as an adult when I moved out or not. Because I learned a lot in learning about my own brain, and the things that worked for me as a kid would not have worked for me as an adult. Yeah, I feel you there. That's kind of where I didn't notice it for so long, because my brother isn't very like low on support needs. He still can function very high on support needs. He still can function fairly well on his own. You know, he can talk, he can walk, he can do most things. So he still has like a fairly comparable form of autism to mine, but so many aspects of his and how his presents are very different from mine. So it was enough difference that it was like, I don't think I could have that, you know? But yeah, I think even if I was diagnosed, I still would have gone through the meltdown and burnout that I went through eventually. So I'm kind of glad that I went through it as soon as I did and was able to pick things apart and get diagnosed and figure out my own routines and stuff. Because, like, for example, one thing I learned is that because I have autism and ADHD, overall routines don't work for me, because the routine overall, like, you know, scheduling out my day works for my autism because it helps my brain stay calm and be able to process things well. But there's also the aspect of you can't plan out everything. Things still happen. So there would still be that difficult aspect. And then, obviously, ADHD doesn't do well with routine continuously. It becomes very monotonous and it can get very frustrating. So I couldn't do consistent routines like that anyways. And then I found what's called micro routines from doing my research into autism and learning how other people function with it, and function with it while still being able to live a normal life and socialize and do the things they need to do and have things come up when they come up, instead of having to be like, oh my god, this happened and now I'm panicking because I don't know how to handle it. They learned micro routines, which is basically where you create routines that are their own package deal. You can do these routines at any point in your day or at a general point in your day, and they will help you feel like you have a routine to hold on to and help soothe your brain in that way, but they won't feel monotonous enough that it's overwhelming for someone that has, you know, ADHD or a faster paced brain, and they won't hurt if you have something come up in the day that has to be done, or you have a change in your life. You still can do those micro routines. For example, because micro routine is kind of a broad topic, what I do for my micro routine is I always have a very similar or the same routine in the morning or when I wake up, and I always have a very similar or same routine at the end of my night when I go to bed. That sometimes doesn't happen, depending on the day, depending on what's going on in life right then. But for the most part, I can make sure that my life or my day can include those main routines. I also have micro routines, like a routine around my shower or a routine around when I eat, but I don't use those as much anymore, because I don't really need them as much anymore. But like things like that really helped make life a lot easier. For example, having a micro routine around my shower made taking care of myself and actually taking showers consistently much easier, because I knew what to expect and I wasn't so overwhelmed by the process of showering, because that's a genuine thing. It was very overwhelming to me for a lot of many years because I didn't like it. It wasn't an enjoyable time. Because getting wet and then getting dry is not very nice on sensory issues. Not to mention the time taken and having to do all these steps and all the time, you know, being up and standing because you don't necessarily have a shower chair a lot of the times. All that stuff added up to be a lot, and it made it very dreadful for me, and it made it something that I avoided more often than not. So learning a micro routine around my shower actually helped me shower more often and feel more comfortable with it. Like, I made it so that it was more efficient to get things done, and that I was, specific to certain products that I liked, and that would help me feel more comfortable. And I would be very specific of, like, I would do, certain things like having music playing while I shower would help me have something to focus on, so I wasn't feeling like so drained and uncomfortable and weird about it. I don't know, just a lot of little things. And like, for example, for a morning routine, I'm not super strict about it anymore because I've done it for so long that my brain doesn't really need the full strict routine that I used to need as when I was younger and as an early adult. But generally, I still will be very specific that I, wake up and I take care of my dogs. That's the first thing I do in the morning. I have to get them food, I have to get them water, I have to get them outside. So that gives me something to kind of hold on to. It gives me a way to get fresh air in the morning, which wakes up my brain. It does a lot of good things. And then, excuse you. And then usually can you get your nose out of my mouth, please, you goober? And get out of my microphone. Okay, my dogs are like, we're restless. Hello. You mentioned us. Anyways. Hi, girls. I see you. Hello. Hello, Miss Crazy. What are you doing? But yeah, and then another part of my morning routine is usually tea, because I really like tea, and a hot drink in the morning is really nice. And I don't always eat in the morning because it kind of depends on whether my stomach feels like cooperating or not. So adding food to the morning routine was just a little too much for me, and it would get a little frustrating when I wasn't hungry, or I didn't feel like spending all the time to make food. So instead I made tea, because tea is, a quick and easy thing to make when I have a kettle that's fast, or even when I used to just, put water in my cup and microwave it until it was hot. So it's quick and easy, and it's something that I can make the same every time if I measure out what amount of sweetness I use, or if I use a specific type of tea. Like I said, I'm not super heavy on routine right now, so I'll change up the tea type once in a while and stuff like that, but it still gives me a general blueprint for my morning that helps make life a lot easier to look at for the rest of the day. Same thing with nighttime. I'm not super strict about it, but generally I'll usually, when I get up in bed, I'll usually do my routine of checking my phone, which I have a routine of how I check my phone too, which is kind of funky, but so I'll check social media, I'll check my games that I play, I'll check my email, and then the next part of the routine would be that I usually turn on YouTube and I'll watch either one or two videos, either one regular video and then one Among Us video. Ironically enough, Among Us has become like comforting content for me to watch, especially like the creators that I usually watch. Right now I'm pretty fixated on watching KYR Speedy and Himikane and Sidearms for Reason, and Bonsai Bros, and a lot of those creators that tend to play together, stuff like that. So because Sidearms and Speedy usually post like once a day, and every other day or so they'll post Among Us content, there's almost always a video of Among Us that I can watch. So I'll either watch one Among Us video before bed, or I'll watch like one random video I want to watch and then watch an Among Us video before bed, and then I'll, settle in and go to sleep. And that having that routine actually helps me fall asleep faster and more effectively than just trying to sleep, unless I'm exhausted enough to pass out right away. And it helps, end my day on a more positive note, so I'm not feeling, it like soothes a lot of the overstimulation and stuff that I deal with throughout the day. So it makes me a little bit more ready for the next day, which is why I do, a morning and a night routine, because it helps A, get rid of the stress from the day before, and B, prepare me for the day to come, rather than just going into it blind. Hey, I don't mind. You can steal that idea for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a fixation, and that's not like calling you out or anything, because I've been there. That's why I said I can't use my DS, because I will fixate on games again. It's definitely a fixation, especially if it's like the same game. But the problem is there's, hyperfixations and there's special interests, and those are very different. So it's hard to, quantify it. as to where it might be, special interest being specifically an autism thing, and hyperfixations being more specifically a ADHD thing. But you can have both, because ADHD and autism are also very comorbid disorders, so everything comes with everything. So yeah, it would definitely be a fixation. It's just a matter of what type of fixation it would be and what the motivation behind it is. Because, for example, playing for that long could be a fixation simply in that you have a habit to fixate your attention span on something that entertains you, which could be more of a ADHD type thing, especially if you fixate to the point of forgetting to, drink water or go to the bathroom or eat food, which I'm not calling you out, I do it all the time. That's a very ADHD brain thing. When you're fixated on something, you're very fixated on it, and it usually is to the detriment of other things that you should or want to get done. And then there's special interests, which are a little bit more overarching, and they're a little bit longer term. And they also usually mean that you can't or don't think about much else than that thing, even when you're not doing it. For example, one of my special interests has always been witchy topics, like crystals and energies and spiritual topics and stuff like that. And almost every day, if not every day, I somehow end up on that topic in my brain, whether it be, talking about it to someone, or thinking about it, or actively participating in it, like spending time with my crystals or my tarot decks or stuff like that. It's always been a part of my life for many, 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 many years, which makes it a special interest. And it's something that, you can talk about a lot, or you specifically only talk about for long periods of times, as well, as usually a part of the special interest criteria. Like, some people that have special interests will literally be unable to talk about other things, versus other people that have it will just, yeah, a lot of knowledge right now, so I apologize for the overwhelm, because it's definitely a lot. But, yeah, so, special interests usually are, like, very overarching, and they make your brain unable or unwilling to think or talk about other things. Versus fixations just happen from time to time, and they have different lengths of time that they last and different things that they affect. And usually when you're fixated, you still can do or think about other things throughout your day. You just dedicate time to it. Like a hyperfixation I would probably say I've had would be arts and crafts a lot of the times, especially specific crafts. Like, I'll hyperfixate on wanting to do, like, painting, and I'll spend weeks focusing all my effort into learning how to paint and getting all the supplies and all this stuff, and then, after a couple months or so, the paint just is sitting on my shelf collecting dust for no reason, and I don't touch it again. Hence the 6 to 8 drawers worth of art supplies I have that are all very niche and specific to certain things because of the fixations I've had. Like, I have an entire massive supply of loom bands, and I have a massive supply of perler beads, and I have a massive supply of jewelry making things, and a massive supply of paint, and a massive supply of sketching and drawing supplies. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. That's literally basically what happens. It's like, oh my god, I want to do that, and then, oh, never mind. But yeah, I definitely would say it would be a focus or a fixation. It's just a matter of the nuances to it as to what type of focus or fixation it would be, basically, and what it would relate to for what you're going through as more of a diagnostic point of view. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's harmful to be fixated or focused on something. It can be harmful if it's overtaking. Yep, literally. That's pretty much accurate. I go through that a lot, especially with content watching. Like, I got super fixated on some random dating show on YouTube called The Button for like 3 weeks because I liked it and it was interesting and it made me laugh, and now I'm like, I watched that? What? Huh? But yeah, I don't know. I don't think fixations are harmful. I think they can be when you're not aware of them. For example, they can get expensive fast, or, as you're saying, they can take up a lot of your time and leave little time for other things, or when you're taking up a lot of time with a fixation, sometimes you're not taking care of your body enough, like going to the bathroom or drinking or eating or sleeping, you know, so those get kind of difficult, but I don't think being fixated in itself can be harmful, because I think it's, you know, I think life's too brief to not allow yourself to fixate on things you enjoy. I think people that resist the fixations or think that they're a problem get so miserable and so caught up in productivity that they don't allow themselves to enjoy anything, which is where I'm a little more open to things. I'm a little more harsh on myself as far as making sure that my fixations don't overtake everything else, like trying to make sure I still do take care of myself or sleep or take time to do the things I should or have to do, like cleaning and functioning as a human being. Overrated, but yeah, like I'm a little more balanced of an awareness of trying to balance out fixations with other things, but I don't think fixations are harmful. I mean, I fixate on reading constantly, I fixate on games constantly, I fixate on random topics all the time and go on deep dives of what things mean in psychology and, you know, all these things, but it doesn't harm me to do that. If anything, it helps, because I mean, it's enjoyable. Letting yourself bird brains could be interesting. You know, I've had plenty of times where I fixate on things or get super interested in things, and then I'm like, wait, why did I do that? Why was I, what was the goal? what was the overarching goal there? But yeah, I don't know. I think fixations bring people a lot of joy, and they are a great way to fill up time when you have the time to fill up, you know? Rather than sitting bored for 3 hours doing nothing, I can read for 3 hours, or I can stream for 3 hours like we have just now, and connect with people and have a fun time, or dive into fantasy worlds in a book and learn new things about history that I never knew, because fantasy gets really in-depth about history sometimes, or just, you know, attached to new fictional characters for fun. I don't know. You know, it makes time more fun. It makes life more fun. I'm never gonna look back at my life and say, I wish I never streamed, because streaming has made so many interesting friendships. It's made so many interesting discussions. It's made progression. Like, I mean, I have friggin' 59 followers on here. What the heck? 59 people have been interested in my life or my games or my discussions at some point in time. That's crazy. That's so cool, you know? Yeah, literally, like, civil wars and specific cultural history and all kinds of interesting things have so much to learn and get included in the things you would never expect. Like, fantasy sometimes gets super involved, and I mean, a lot of the fantasy I read has a lot of, you know, Regency era things, like, you know, royalty and classes and different societal structures and different mentalities, and a lot of unique perspective, and it's super interesting. And it, you know, my partner's super heavy on, like, he picks at me sometimes, because he's like, you have all these nonfiction books on the shelf and you just keep reading hundreds on hundreds of fiction books all the time. What are you even learning? And I'm like, you know what? He doesn't actually mean it. He lets me, you know, he's like, enjoy what you read, but he just does it as like a goofy little pick on me once in a while, because I'll be like, I read this book about vampires, and he's like, and what did you actually learn there? What did you just spend 3 hours doing? But, you know, I don't know. I think it's worth it to do things you enjoy. I'm never gonna look back and say I hate that I read, you know, 200 books in 1 year. I haven't yet, but I hate that I read 150 books in 2024. I wouldn't hate that, you know. I learned things. I met new authors. I found new books to keep on my shelves for the rest of my life. I sold and bought and traded things, you know. You know, I actually probably should do that, because as much as I have streamed, I have probably streamed hundreds of hours on this channel, and I have streamed for, I was gonna look up how long I've been streaming and I forgot to. I've streamed for multiple years, and all of this, and I have never once actually read Twitch TOS. See, that's also why I don't do it, because I'm like, I'm gonna forget. I fixated on languages for a long time. I took an entire year of Latin just because I felt like it. I took 2 years of Spanish, partially because I had to, partially because I felt like it. And I took half a year of German, and then I did Duolingo for like 3 different languages, and like super heavy got into like Duolingo and stuff. And they're all gone. I can count in like 2 or 3 languages. I can remember specific phrases from a couple languages. Latin helped me with the basic structure of learning languages, but could I tell you 80% of what I learned with any of them? No. No. You know? Exactly. Like, you can remember things, but otherwise, you know... I mean, like, German, literally all I do with German anymore is I always say danke instead of thank you, especially with my father, because that became a running thing when I was learning German, because I used to practice German with him after class. So... I mean, I say danke instead of thank you all the time, that's about it. And I know how to count to most numbers in German. I'd say probably 20-something pretty well. And then Spanish, I mean, I know how to count to 10. I know hola. Once in a while a word will come back to me and I'll be like, hey, I know that in Spanish. You know? Latin, hell if I know anything anymore. I remember conjugating verbs, and, you know, oh my god, yeah, it's like, in a way, it's like, why did I waste so many years of my life learning these languages? But at the same time, it's like, you know, it was an experience, and it was fun, and it was free, because I did it either through Duolingo or for my tax-paid education, so... It's, why not do it? It was something that I enjoyed for a while. It was for brain power. The brain power might be lost now, but it was for brain power. Oh my god, we have a common saying in our household that there's about 1 or 2 brain cells between me and both of my animals, and we interchange them. Sometimes, you know, one of us doesn't get any, sometimes one of us gets all of them, and most of the time they're pretty evenly split. And there's 3 of us, so there's definitely an intentional statement that there's only 2 brain cells across the 3 of us. But they exist. We're also, like, we're both very neurodivergent, so, which, if anyone watching or listening doesn't know, neurodivergent pretty much just refers to having a different brain than what is typical or what is, you know, scientifically expected of a human brain, which can come from a lot of things. It can come from trauma, it can come from mental health diagnoses, it can come from brain injury. There's a lot of things that can cause your brain to be considered neurodivergent. Generally, when I'm referring to it, I mean we have mental illnesses. So we're both very neurodivergent. Which means we both fixate on a lot of things, and we also both stim a lot, which stimming, I'm sure you know, but stimming is typically a way that people do repetitive things that either soothe them or entertain them, usually soothe, but sometimes just entertain. Common stims are verbal or motion related. So one of my motion related stims would be that I very commonly rub my hands on things, whether it be like on my pants or on the wall or whatever. The feeling of like rubbing my hand on a surface helps me kind of soothe and ground myself. Or I love spinning and rocking a lot. I do that all the time, which is where it turns into like, how did you not know that you were autistic? Like, hello. But besides that, yeah, so we stim a lot. Sometimes people that stim will fixate on little bits and pieces of phrases that are entertaining to their brain for however long at a time. And with the existence of social media and movies, that means random movie and social media snippets. I feel you there. I used to very, very violently like tap or bang on my collarbones, because like the feeling of the vibration in my chest would help me calm down. And I used to, when I had longer nails, I would constantly be like digging my nails into like my leg or like my hand, and it would just like be a thing. But for vocal stems, we tend to repeat a lot of random stuff like TikToks. So one of the constant stems in our household and repetitive phrases in our household now is smooth brain. You have a smooth brain. Which, like, 80% of the time we're just using to refer to our animals like most of the trendy videos did, and then the other 20% of the time I'm straight up referring to myself, because why the hell did I not do that or do said thing? But yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit of a common occurrence. Literally, I started saying that and my dog came over like, "Hi Mom, I know you're talking about me." I think I've said it so much to her, she thinks it's like a compliment. She's like, "Oh, hi, what are you saying?" Humble guy. Yes! No wrinkles, no nicks. Smooth. She's kissing me like, "Yeah, Mom, I have smooth brain." Yeah, you got smooth brain. It's okay, Mom has smooth brain too sometimes. Hi. Hi, my smooth brain little girl. Would you? You licked my glasses and now I can't see. At this point, with how licked my glasses are, I may as well have them off. Yes, keep licking my glasses, why don't you? Thank you. Hi, girl. I love you. Goober pot. Yeah, every time I say smooth brain now, she just thinks I'm talking about her because I've said it to her so many times. But, whoa, wrong thing. Let's not disenchant these things. Finished axe. Voila. Now we just need a shovel. And netherite, but we need the template for that, and I ain't doing that right now. Would you stop staring at me like that? I called you a smooth brain. Yeah, I called you a smooth brain. It's not a compliment. My dog is not very intelligent, as I've said, and she thinks if I'm talking to her in not a stern voice that it must be a compliment, and I must be loving her. Like, I could literally look at her and go, "You're such an idiot," and she's like, "Hi, I love you. You must be telling me you love me, Mom." But that's animals for you. I don't know if my mic was even fully working because it was halfway up, and when I tilted up it mutes. But anyway, was I muted for the last like 10 seconds, or was it actively going through? I need to know. Okay, it was working. It was like halfway up, so I didn't know if it was working or not. I have a Turtle Beach headset that has like the rotating mic, little mic arm thing, and when you flip it up it mutes it, so I just realized at the corner of my eye that I saw it like half up, and I was like, wait a minute, huh? Not supposed to be like that. Yeah, you're just smiling at me like the goober that you are. You goober that you are. Yeah, we have a lot of common sayings for calling most of us in the house idiots. Not as like making fun of each other like negatively, but just, you know, I'll stumble over my words one too many times in a day, or be really like completely mind blanked a little too many times in a day, and I'll even be like, wow, my brain is not, I have the 0 brain cells today, you know? So it's just never ending. But every time we call her a smooth brain, I always have to do it in like the tone that the TikTok audio or whatever was. So it's like annoying. My biggest stim that irritates the hell out of everyone. I wonder what happens too. I might try that in a second. But one of my favorite stems that I do is I used to fixate on bird videos all the time because they're hilarious, they're awesome, and like if you watch cockatiel videos for a solid hour, you can't not be happy. Like they're just awesome. So yeah, I fixate on bird videos, including one that I have saved to my phone, which unfortunately I cannot play it because it has swears, and I try not to swear on Twitch. So, anyways, which also means I can't explain this stem fully, but I can sort of explain it. So I will go into like a bird voice, like how birds talk, and I will just shout a swear that is very demeaning towards women that should not be said, but it is in a video of a bird, and I've seen it a billion times, and I have it saved to my phone to rewatch it, so I will still do it. The word being the demeaning female term that starts with WH. That's as much as I'm gonna say. So just some human being talking like a goddamn cockatiel, screaming that word randomly in the day. Yeah. I love otters too. I just love animal videos in general. They're like the one thing that'll cheer me up all the time. I've been watching a lot of goofy horse video compilations lately. But always like the classic cat videos or dog videos are great. Stuff like that. It's just good. But birds were like my thing for ages. So yeah, I have a lot of bird things. There's another one of that same bird that's like, I know I'm a bird, F you, is what he says. And once in a while I'll do that if, like, my partner will tell me I sound like a bird too much. So, yeah, and it just triggers out of nowhere. Like, he could be talking a perfectly normal sentence and suddenly I'm swearing at him in bird language. I don't know. Bird language. What am I even saying? I am broken. You're broken too. What are you looking at me like that for, lady? Give me your paw. Give me your paw. Good girl. Thank you for your butt. That's a good girl. Yeah, join the club. I feel you. I know it's hot in here, honey. I know. I am hot too. I need to turn on the AC or something. But I don't want that noise right now because that would really bother my brain. Boop. Pizza. Pizza's so good. I had pizza on Wednesday. I like homemade pizza. I haven't made homemade pizza in a very long time. I think I still have homemade pizza crust mix in the pantry. But I don't have cheese or tomato. I have tomato sauce. I don't have cheese or toppings. Like, ever. Cheese is one of those things we run out of a lot in our household because we go through it like crazy. Tomato sauce, however, we never run out of in our household because we get food from the food pantry fairly often when we don't have any money for food. And the food pantry loves to give you canned goods for the most part because that's what they get donated the most. And most of those canned goods mean tomato sauce. So I have probably 30 to 40 cans of tomato sauce in my pantry. Which works good because you can use it for a ton of stuff. You can use it for, pasta. We use it for rice sometimes to make like tomato rice. We use it for like spaghetti. We use it for like pizza. We use it for like a dipping sauce for things. Like we'll make our own like marinara sauce by taking some spaghetti sauce and just seasoning it up. There's a lot of things we use it for, but it's a lot. So yeah, that's how I feel. Like between tomato sauce and just like random cheap soups, like chicken noodle soup and like vegetable soup and stuff like that that come in this little tiny can that's like super cheap, I have a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't think I can round it up to 100. I don't think my pantry could fit 100, so saying 100 is a little much for my brain. Alright, that's fine. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for chalking and chilling for so long. I gotta remember, I'm gonna do that right now. I was gonna say, I gotta remember to follow you, because you said you stream too. Did I follow you yet? I'm gonna see. But anyways, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out. How do I see your channel? I have not followed you yet. What the heck? I need to follow you. Can I turn on notifications? Yes, notifications. Good. Okay. I followed you with notifications. Holy moly, you play a lot of games. I love that. That's so cool. I will literally leave notifications on forever. Anyways, bye! Have a good day. Or night. Take care. I'll see you one of the next times I stream, because you're always around. Hi, I'm not getting off stream right now. I was saying bye to a person in my stream. I know you recognize the word bye. I will get off very soon, because I know I gotta take you girls out, and I would like to read. But I'm not getting off yet, because your dad is not coming home yet. so I do not have to get off. It's 9 o'clock at night. Holy moly. Maybe I will get off soon. Lay down, please. We're not getting up right now. Except I probably am because I have to pee. I'm gonna catch this fish and then I'm gonna pause for a second so I can go pee. Lay down. What did I just ask you to do? I just automatically put this back out. You know what? Screw this. Oh, okay. Alright, I'll be right back. I know you are hot, girls. It is hot in general. Everybody is hot. I am back. I don't think I need to or can disenchant any of that stuff, so I'll just put it away. I'm trying to get I wanted to get the shovel done before we got off today too, but I don't think I will. Because I definitely have to get off soon. I still have to vacuum off my bed because I had the dogs on it and the hair gets very irritating for my partner's allergies, so I normally vacuum it off before he gets home. And it's quiet hour at 10 o'clock, so I have to do that before 10 o'clock. And it's currently 9:04. So I should probably get that done very soon. And I'd like to read a little before my partner gets home, so. But I don't know what I'm going to do to get to level 30. I guess we'll go over here and try. I gotta put armor on. And then we'll go over there and see if we can kill some mobs to get up to level 30 before we get off. This. Just random armors. Next time, I think I will go trade with the villagers, since we have a lot more stuff to go trade with the villagers soon. And that'll get us some levels and some emeralds and stuff. But I don't think I'm going to do that today, because I don't have the energy, to be quite frank with you, to travel the couple thousand blocks and deal with the friggin' villagers and all that. Hey, now we have gunpowder in our hotbar, so we can see how much we get tonight. Don't walk off the cliff. Come over here. My stomach is gurgling. I am hungry. I don't think I've eaten today. Whoops. I am not a good role model, y'all, so don't do as I say and not as I do. That is why I say every time I get off to make sure you drink some water, eat some food, take your meds, get some sleep, and have a good day. Because 90% of the time, I only do about one of those 4 things. But I'm trying, okay? Being a human being is hard for everyone. It is not a great time here sometimes. And that's alright. I don't purposefully not eat. I just honestly, like, when I'm up and functioning during the day, I don't tend to get very hungry, because I don't really get hungry until the end of my night most of the time. So, like, by now I'd normally be eating dinner, and because I'm not, my brain's like, hey, you're hungry, hey, you're hungry, hey, pay attention to me. So, it's, like, starting to kick in. But when I get off, I'll probably go have a little snack, because my partner isn't even on his way home yet. So it'll be a bit before I eat dinner. Would you get out of your butt, girl? That's gross. Hey, you sound gross. Stop it. I don't like that noise. It is very gross in my ears. And I'm sure it's more gross in other people's ears. I wonder how accurate the one viewer thing is on Twitch, because like 9 times out of 10 I have like one viewer, and I always wonder if it's just someone that like sits in the stream, or if it's just legitimately calling it one viewer because I watch it on Stream Manager, you know? But I mean, I have had 0 viewers before when I have Stream Manager open, so I guess it really is like some sort of one viewer, which I mean doesn't surprise me, because like I said, normally Elliot used to watch my streams if he was awake when I was streaming. But I don't think he'd be, no, he might be awake at this time because of his time difference, but he normally stays up late, so I think he might be awake at this time sometimes. But yeah, it used to be like Elliot would just be my ghost viewer that would just watch my streams and just chill without really chatting much. But I'm sure some of y'all out there do that. I do it on streams all the time. Like, I watch a lot of bigger streamers, so I know I'm not usually going to be seen in chat unless I'm, like, super obvious or, like, repeat chatting, and I don't just put the energy into it. The bigger streamers that I used to watch that I would chat in would be, like, Finster and stuff, but I haven't watched Finster streams in ages. But, like, I have Tommy Innit streams on sometimes and stuff like that, and I'll just sit there with it in the background without really needing to chat or watch the screen. I just listen, because I mean, to be honest, when do you actually really need to look at the screen when Tommy's streaming, even when he's streaming Minecraft, because like 80% of it is just like scripted, fun, random lore stuff that he's doing with his new SMP, so you can get the gist of it without having to look at the screen. But yeah, I don't know, I'm sure people do that, because like I said, I do it all the time. It just makes me curious, like, hey, who are you, ghost viewer? What you doing? How are you? Are you vibing? Are you just here to be here? Like, I don't know. I mean, anyone chilling in stream is welcome, whether you're chatting or not. I don't need people to chat to babble, as y'all can see. I just talk the talk for no good reason. I don't need to be encouraged, but encouragement is accepted. I need to eat. And I need these spiders to get out of the water so I can kill them. Whoa! Whoa! I didn't think you'd get out of the water that fast. Whoa! Jeez, we got to level 30 at least. I can kill spiders if they're not focused on me, because I can like figure out their hitbox, but when they're moving it's really hard to figure out how to crit in their hitbox without them repeatedly hitting you, or while they're repeatedly hitting you. I want creepers. Yeah, I definitely need to have a snack when I get off. My stomach is not happy. I think that's why I keep burping, which is kind of weird, but like I think my body's like, hey, and its stomach gurgles, and then it just like throws air out of me because I don't have anything in my stomach. It's like a weird combination of like my drinking habits and my eating habits as to why I don't get hungry during the daytime. I'm never a hungry in the morning person. I just never have been. It's very rare that I'm hungry in the morning. And if I'm not hungry, I'm not really gonna eat. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and force myself to eat when I don't feel like food. So I don't usually eat in the mornings anyways. But then I'll usually get hungry around like lunchtime. But because by then I've usually had 1 or 2 cups of like caffeinated beverage, like tea or something, it usually by then isn't even like hungry anymore, or like acknowledging that I'm hungry anymore. So I don't know. They haven't hatched yet. So then I kind of forget until like dinner time. And then I have like this weird thing where if I get hungry, but it's close to when my partner's gonna be home and make dinner, I just won't eat, or I'll have like caffeine to make myself less hungry, which is kind of eating disorder behavior. Like it's leftover behavior from when I had an eating disorder and I would just use caffeine to constantly not be hungry. But it's also kind of just my weird like mental stuff going on. I don't know what it would be, but like, because I'm like, well, if I eat now, then I won't be hungry enough when he gets home for dinner, and he's gonna be home soon, and I need to eat dinner, so I think I'd rather just not eat now and wait for dinner, if that makes sense. So that's what happens a lot of the time when I don't eat, is it's literally just me, you know, wanting to wait until I can have dinner. Oh my god, why does it keep doing that to me? I should have just done a level 1 to just reset it, because then I would have been able to do a second go. But it's just unbreaking over and over again. Am I ever going to get a good option for a shovel enchant? Does it ever even offer you fortune for a shovel enchant? Or does it just like sometimes put it on your shovel? I don't know. I guess we'll find out eventually. Oh, I do have those enchantment bottles. I wonder if those would get me up to level 30. Probably not. No, but it got me to level 29. I don't think I want to fish long enough to get up to level 30 right now, honestly. I think I'm kind of hitting my limit on streaming for the day. I think I'm going to move these diamond picks into the regular tools chest, because I don't want to enchant any more diamond picks unless I make a silk touch one, which I'll probably do with books more so than with enchanting. So I think they'll just go in here for now. I think we need to purge our bow collection some, but I don't know what I want to do about it. Like, there's so many things. I don't know, I think we'll get rid of those, and then we'll get rid of these mostly broken ones. There. Because if I need more, I can always craft more with string. I always have string. So I think we'll disenchant these. I know some of them do have good enchants, but like, if you can see while I was looking through everything, we have more of those same enchants that are either better or the same, so we don't need so many of them, because realistically I make like 1 good bow per world. Maybe 2 if I want to do one with infinity and then one with mending. And I also don't want to keep the ones that have cursive vanishing, because there's no point in my opinion. Like, I'd rather just have a good one that doesn't have cursive vanishing than use one that has cursive vanishing because it has good enchants. Plus that got us back above level 30, you know? Achievements, accomplishments. I don't know if I want to keep trying Unbreaking 3 or just keep re-rolling until I get fortune. I don't know what the better methodology is. I don't quite understand. There's fortune 3 and efficiency 4. Okay, okay, okay. Do we have more books to get us the rest of the stuff we need? Because fortune 3 was really the thing I needed. Do we have like Unbreaking and efficiency on a book? We have efficiency 4. Do we have Unbreaking and efficiency on a book? Come on, we have to. You mean to tell me we don't have an Unbreaking book that we could use? No way. What? That's so dumb. So I guess we would have to make another shovel and enchant it with Unbreaking, I guess. I'm not worried about wasting 1 more diamond. We have fortune, we can get more diamonds. So I guess we'll get back up to level 30 and hope that we get an unbreaking option for an enchantment that doesn't give us, like, Silk Touch. Yeah, there's unbreaking. Complains about unbreaking and then ends up needing unbreaking anyways. But hey, that means we're, like, really, really close to having a finished shovel too, and then we'll have all our tools, which is sick. I really want to get back up to level 30 and just do that, but I don't think I have the patience tonight to do that. Because that would take a while. Right now. Unless I went to, like, the Nether and Blast Mine for a little bit. I'm not really feeling it. I'm kind of feeling getting off. Do I want to commit to making the shovel on this stream, or do I want to use the shovel as a goal for next stream? That's basically my mindset right now. Difficult, difficult, difficult. You know what? I think I might want to commit to making the shovel on this stream. But if I go Blast Mine, it's going to use most of the XP for my pickaxe first. So it's going to take a hot minute to do so. But we have a lot of TNT options. Like, we can make 2 whole stacks into TNT and still have another 2 stacks left. How many does that make with 2 whole stacks? 25? 25 would last us a little bit. So I guess we'll go use 25 TNT in the Nether, and we'll see what we get from that. You know? I'm not going to say what's the worst that could happen, because the worst could happen. I am going to take this gold that we smelted and use that to repair this pick a little. I'm going to put this away. I'm going to put this away. And I'm going to use that gold to make a pair of boots so that we have gold armor. And maybe I'll trade that gold to piglins. That's why I'm keeping it in my inventory, just in case. But probably not. I think we're just gonna go Blast Mine. I gotta answer Christy still. She messaged me and I haven't answered her yet. Oh, I'm not keeping up with messages. I don't multitask well. I multitask well when I have the mental strength for it. Like, if I'm in the mindset to multitask, I can do it like crazy. I don't multitask well when I'm tired like I am, or super hyper focused on one thing, which is kind of a little bit of both right now. I'm super hyper focused on the game and streaming, and I'm also tired. So, I'm having a hard time, like, keeping up with messages on my phone while I'm trying to stream at the same time. Okay, well, where's our extra tunnel? Right here. I guess we shall blow this one up and see what we get. We'll mine it out a little longer first. Hey. That's the one thing I don't miss about having an efficiency 5 pig in the Nether is this. It's like super hard to not break everything around you at the same time. Alright, let's start here. I don't think it'll light that second one because of the block in its way. Oh, it did. No kidding. I'm gonna do like a few first and then I'll go through and check it. I thought it would light this one, but it just barely didn't. Alright, now I'll go through and check it. The plan was that it would blow up to there, but it didn't quite do that. Which is alright. It's only a thin wall. If I wanted to blow it up again, I will, you know. And for the most part, I'd be able to see, you know, what's in this wall because it's right on the other side of it. I'm gonna light this and throw away all this netherrack we don't need. There we go. Alright, here, here, Let's see if all of those will light. They will. Nice. Quick and easy. I'm gonna leave the taller lava in case I want to throw some stuff away, but I'm gonna get rid of the shorter lava. We've got some ancient debris right here. So I'll throw away some of this netherrack because we just got a bunch more stacks of it. Again, we're still not getting levels yet, and we've used 10 TNT just about. Because we have to fix this damn pick first. I try to like optimize it so it lights the next one, but I don't quite do it most of the time. Alright, there we go. I saw some XP fall, which means we've got some stuff to mine. I'll get rid of this lava. I'll keep this one, I guess, because I need to throw stuff out anyways. The game is definitely lagging. I'm trying to keep the gravel we get because we've been using gravel. There's some ancient debris. I don't see any ore. I think we'll get rid of this lava because there's one like right here next to it. Trying to place it on that block. Gosh darn it. Work. Okay. So yeah, we'll use this one as our throwaway for right now. We do have some gold and some ancient debris to get right now. So much from it with Fortune 3, which is good because we need it. And some ancient debris. Ancient debris. Let's see if it lights. It does not. Okay. Is it going to light this one? I don't care. I'm going to light it anyways. Whoa. I didn't realize that one was still exploding because it like disappeared. My bad. Oh god, I ticked off piglins because of exploding them. How fun. And there's a hoglin. 2 hoglins right there. Great. I love life. I didn't tick off you, right? No? Okay. You're gonna trade that sword? Okay. Go ahead. No? Okay. Those hoglins need to die. Thankfully, they're incredibly hard to miss because they're literal giants. Alright, they died. The game is very, very, very angry right now. Like, incredibly laggy. Alright. That movement stuttering is not me, that's the game lag. And I'm hoping it's just game lag and not like PlayStation lag that's lagging out my mic. Because if so, I apologize. Alright, we've got a decent bit of nether quartz to mine now. Trying not to hit the feet of the friggin' piglins. This would be a lot of levels if my pickaxe wasn't mostly broken and needed the levels. But it's the consequences of my own actions. If you can hear that, that's my partner's cat. His cat is in heat. And she is very mouthy right now for that very reason. I know I'm not using these super optimally, like I should put them a little further back in the hole so that they don't just blow up what's already existing. You know, but I'm trying, okay? And that's what matters. And now I have a skeleton that's angry at me. And all of this stuff I just threw out didn't hit the lava. I'm going to throw away some of this quartz because I don't need it for any builds right now, so I don't feel the need to keep it. I may regret that down the road when I have actual builds that need it, and I wish I kept it. But for now, I'm sticking to it. I don't know if that piglin was angry at me for mining the gold with my TNT, or if he was angry at me for hitting him with the TNT. I don't know. We fixed our pick finally, so there's a plus. There's hoglins, which are not pluses. I'm literally just trying to get rid of as much things as I can. I don't think I'm going to trade with piglins before I leave because I can barely fit what I have in my inventory. Well, that was kind of a bust. We used almost all of our TNT, and we have a whopping 0 extra levels to show for it. And we have angry friggin' pigmen that just about killed me. Why are they angry? What did I do to them this time? Are you angry? You're angry, but you're a skeleton. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna throw a TNT down in a hole and hope it does something. It might piss off that piglin, so I better stack up. Yeah, it pissed off that piglin. And I think it pissed off those ones too. I don't think so. Whoa, what the heck? Everything is glitching! It's so laggy. Why is my game angry at me? I just wanted levels. I just wanted levels. That's all I wanted. Can't even get some dang levels up in here. Oh, hey, welcome back. I'm getting off like semi soon, because I'm kind of burnt out, and I'm also, oh yeah, very soon because it's 9:30 and I'm supposed to vacuum before 10, before my apartment's quiet hour. So probably very soon, but I have not yet, because I was trying to get to level 30 one more time, and I thought 25 TNT would work to do so, But the problem was, this pickaxe was so damn broken that it ate all of the XP that I got. So I got 0 levels. I started at level 27, and then I used 25 TNT, and I'm still at level 27. So I'm basically just going to strip mine for a while, I guess, and hope I can get to level 30 decently quickly. Yeah, the math is not mathing. 25 TNT should have gotten me more than just fixing my pickaxe. But the pickaxe was pretty broken, to be fair. And also the game's lagging like hell, so who knows if I'm even getting accurate XP drops from anything. I think it's also the biomes that I'm mining underneath that are giving me just terrible rates when it comes to... Whoa, floating gold. Love that. Terrible rates when it comes to the quartz spawns and stuff. Well, we definitely got a decent bit of gold this trip, so I'll take that win. But I just want some quartz, please. Ah, no, I don't have... Ah, okay. I was like, I don't have it in my hotbar. No. Why? Let me... Why is this so difficult? This should not be this difficult. If you can't tell, my brain's getting a little broken. I'm definitely getting very tired, and I'm very hungry, and I am just slowly breaking. But it's fine. Everything's fine. I really need to get off. It's 9:34. But I just want to get to level 30. It's a weekend day. I can vacuum closer to quiet hour and not get complaints, hopefully. And he's coming home. Muting for a second. Anyways, so everything is just against me hitting level 30 before I get off, because my partner is now on his way home too, which means I definitely have to get off because I have to vacuum and I have to bring the dogs out before he gets here. And he's about 30 minutes away from here, so limited time. So I guess we're going to go back up to the surface, hopefully not look at this Enderman and take it off, and we're going to put everything away and then call it a night, I guess. I'm kind of frustrated because I definitely... Why are we just pushing this Enderman with us? What? Okay, I guess Buddy's along for the ride. So yeah, I guess I'm not going to hit level 30 one more time before we get off. I was hoping to finish that shovel before the end of today's stream, but I guess we'll just make that the goal for next stream, which should be either Sunday or Monday. But yeah, we'll just put all this stuff away. We'll make the gold nuggets into gold ingots. And then I guess we'll get off for tonight. We definitely had a productive stream and a very long stream. This is the longest stream I've done in a hot minute. I mean, back when I was with my ex when I was streaming, I used to stream for like friggin' 8 hours at a time just to stream. But that was when I was streaming like well into the nighttime and stuff a lot, and then I would oversleep during the day, and it just was not a healthy habit to have by any means, so I haven't been streaming like as long lately. I usually just squeeze in streams when I have the time before my partner gets home, which means brief lengths of time. But we got some stuff. I mean, we got a decent amount of gravel, which is helpful for trades and stuff. We fixed mostly our pick, which was helpful. But I really wanted to get that shovel done. Oh well, we will do it next time. There's always next time. So, I guess that's all for tonight. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the good shots. Be sure to take your meds, eat some food, drink some water, get some sleep. Take care of your goddamn selves. And I will see you guys next time, which is either Sunday or Monday. Or both. So for now, bye!